Dưới dưới đấy.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party to get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Dưới dưới đấy.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party to get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Dưới dưới đấy.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party to get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Dưới dưới đấy. Jerry, you there?
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Jerry, you there?
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Jerry, you there?
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty.
Good afternoon here in the Philippines, and it's already 3:19 p.m. My name's Maria, and we are alive and kicking for day 4 of the RAZER C Invitational 2022. So welcome all ages, all gender, all races, all faces here in the chat right now. It's good to have you back. And of course, this RAZER C Invitational features the top teams around Southeast Asia as we duke it out for the prize of $30,000 to pave the way for this year's upcoming SEA Games. And of course, the RAZER C Invitational is sanctioned by the SEA Games Federation, is presented by RAZER, by gamers, and for gamers. And of course, we're still on to the MLBB division. Tomorrow, we'll be having a new series for you guys, which is PUBG M. But this is we're just going to cap it off for the fourth day for the meantime. But let me just tell you, we have something exciting for you guys. We've told this time and again that we have a giveaway for all of you guys. So our first winner won himself a RAZER Hammerhead True Wireless Pro. That's again Alex Merlotus. If you haven't heard your name or you were absent during the live broadcast, again, you are the winner. Please do contact Team RAZER FB page. And speaking of Team RAZER FB page, don't forget to like and follow. Why? Because in order for you to grab yourself a RAZER merchandise or a peripheral of your own, all you have to do is to join our game. It's super easy, guys, because you just got to comment in one of our posts on who do you think will win as our grand champion for the RAZER Invitational 2022. And we have 3 prizes. 3 more prizes waiting for you. First up, we got the RAZER phone Cooler Chroma. We've got the RAZER Kishi. It's a controller good for iOS and Android. And last but not the least, the best of the best, a bundle where you get a Hammerhead True Wireless Pro, a RAZER phone Cooler Chroma, and a RAZER Kishi for your own taking. I mean, woo! Thank you so much, RAZER, for just making our day, our weeks even, because we still have, I think, now down to the last 8 days of the entire tournament. So don't miss out. The announcement will be on the 27th before we wrap up the entire series or tournament. Please, you can join. You can start joining while you're waiting for the casters to come in. You can now, pick your guesses, or you can be biased with your own country. It's up to you. So then again, I'm not gonna hold you guys back any longer, as I always say. And I will be passing you on to our casters in just a bit. But let me just give you a little bit of a recap from day 3. We've got a stalemate between Vietnam and Indonesia. If some of you are wondering here in the chat, it's a 1-1 again between Indonesia and Vietnam. And Malaysia versus Singapore with a clean sweep, along with Malaysia versus Thailand. And we saw some epic stories last night, and I hope that we're gonna bump it up for this day, till the end of RAZER Invitational. So let's get it, guys, for game number 1, match 1. And today we have Singapore versus Vietnam. Burger Kim and Inga Nation, let's get right to it.
Thank you again, Miss Ayaz Maria. Such an energetic introduction on your part. And also, I wouldn't wonder why you're so energetic, because a lot of free goodies are in store for the giveaway for the RAZER products. I and of course BK are wearing our Black Shark V2 Pro. And of course, I do agree, a lot of epic stories, a lot of epic matches happened yesterday. We cannot forget my favorite happenings yesterday with the Yi Sun Shin first ever Savage in the RAZER Invitational Southeast Asia. That was for Vietnam against Indonesia. And who could forget Malaysia's epic comeback? As BK said, I was mind blown the whole game. And of course, Thailand's clean sweep that stopped the momentum of Malaysia, beating Malaysia 2-0. And now we will have our first game between Singapore and Vietnam. Singapore, on the other hand, yesterday had an unfortunate day as they were 0-2 up against the team of Malaysia, and Vietnam indeed was 1-1. So who will prevail between Singapore and Vietnam?
Yeah, let's see. The very first Savage, like what you mentioned, under the hands of Joe from Vietnam. Actually, funny enough that Singapore has Jocks, But for Vietnam, they have Joe, who scored the very first Savage here in the Invitational with the Yi Sun Shin. So I'm gonna be seeing perhaps maybe the Yi Sun Shin once again in play for Vietnam, just in case this side of Singapore does take out a lot of the assassin junglers as well. So I'm so excited. But let's see if our players are ready for both Singapore and Vietnam. And if you guys are rooting for any of these teams, for Singapore or for Vietnam, do let us know in the comment section. Hashtag Singapore win or hashtag Vietnam win. And once again, it's going to be a round robin. Best out of 2 between these two teams. Singapore, they still need to get a win. They unfortunately yesterday it was a clean sweep up against them when they went head to head with Malaysia. So right now Singapore is still on fire. Obviously, they need to get a point here in the Invitational to be able to move forward. But here we go, heading into the banning phase once again. If you guys have been watching for day number 1 until day number 3, you have seen these heroes constantly being banned out as well. For in any team, any region, it is the meta pick, the Selena as well as the Glue. I'm not surprised if the Valentina as well would not be open for this game, but that just goes to show a lot. Like, there's gonna be a lot of heroes open here as well. We've seen Singapore yesterday with some new picks, with some surprise picks as well. We've seen the D-Rot under the hands of Adamir, and we've also seen the Edith in play for Singapore for that full dive composition. So let's see this time if Singapore will still go for that dive composition. And as for Vietnam, they've had that spectacular turnaround of events, like what Dingen mentioned, the Sun Shin, like what I mentioned, the Glue, Valentina, Selena. These are obviously picks that you don't want to open for the other team. You don't want to give them the advantage. But if you take a look at the drafting phase, you have Singapore that has the advantage of getting the first pick. So I'm guessing the Paquito once again will be a priority pick here for Singapore, especially since it doesn't seem to be popular. It doesn't seem to be a popular ban here for the team, so they always keep it open. And then I feel like for Singapore, either start solid with the Paquito and then Vietnam can answer it out with the Matilda. It's always that sort of pattern here in the Invitational. What do you think so far, Ingen?
But if I'm Singapore, I have to really learn from my mistakes the past few games, especially when I'm up against the Sicilian. Although we contain the scaling capabilities of Sicilian, we really have to end fast when we're going up against Sicilian. Or if Singapore manages to snack Sicilian on their team, they really have to maybe extend the game to the late game, or maybe just fasten the scaling capabilities of Sicilian. But I do believe that Singapore should still stick with that Edith by JPL, because the clashes, the initiations by JPL, like, I'm a tank main. Yeah, I love setups like that.
So nice to watch.
The flicker, then the earth shaker. What an amazing performance for JPL for the side of Singapore. Unfortunately, the Sicilian in the late game was too much to handle. As you mentioned yesterday, the late game heroes shined the previous day with that Sicilian and that Beatrix, as well as this Paquito will be picked up by Singapore.
Yeah, obviously it's going to be a pickup here. It has been a priority pick as well for Singapore, but this time Vietnam shaking it up, because it's always the same pattern. Paquito, then you go for the Matilda, and then you go for perhaps a mid laner. But now Vietnam shaking things up, going for the Uranus, going for the sustain on the side lanes, under the hands of, I believe it's going to be TNTK who's gonna hold this Uranus. But Singapore as well, once again, it is this sort of composition where you can dive, but at the same time, Vietnam does have this Uranus to sustain perhaps all the dives that Singapore will go for. Matilda is open. Vietnam didn't choose to get that. I was expecting perhaps maybe not a Uranus, maybe a Matilda Clit would have been good, but Sicilian is open here for Vietnam just to take, right? Am I right? Sicilian, as I mentioned it already, because if you let it slide, it is going to be Singapore actually taking that away in the second banning phase. There's still no jungler here for the side of Vietnam. Perhaps Singapore, considering how Joe performed with the Yi Sun Shin yesterday, it could be a potential ban here. Popple and Koopa, a great ban up against Singapore, especially since yesterday under the hands of Gear, it was so difficult to deal with in the lanes, especially with the pokes it has, with the vision it has as well with its traps. It is going to be extra hard for this Clint to actually scale up against against a Pablo Kupa. So right now, Singapore, they need to take out perhaps the jungler options here for Joe, the Yisun Shin, perhaps maybe even the Hayabusa as well, but it's going to be the Kufra, the possible setter here for the side of Vietnam, just in case they decide to go for that. Yeah, they did pick up the Kufra a couple of times, but here goes the last bans for both Singapore and Vietnam. They took out the Pablo Kupa. They still don't have a setter. I was expecting actually needed to be banned out here, but still a great ban. Someone who can actually set up for Singapore. So the Ruby will be taken out, but the Edith is still open for Singapore to take, just in case they want to go that route once again.
I think they're trying to bait out Singapore to getting that Esmeralda to go up against that Uranus instead of getting that Edith, which JPL's really, really good at, really, really comfortable with that hero. So we'll see if Singapore adjusts with that Esmeralda to go head to head with that Uranus, or will they go for those aggressive initiation style kind of plays with that Edith?
Yeah, taking a look at the composition here, Edith to go up against Uranus would be good, but the biggest problem with the composition of Singapore here is that they have to dive, but right now is they lack the scaling heroes. They still need the gold laner to scale up as well, to go up against Cecilion, to go up against this Clint. So right now, Vietnam, a lot of assassins here have been banned out. Maybe perhaps I'm thinking once again the Yisun Shin would be good. Considering how Joe played out, most of the time you always pair up. I mean, I've seen this in other regions as well. They pair up the Cecilion with the Yisun Shin to give the Cecilion and the damage dealers here from Vietnam the proper positioning when it comes to clashes. When you pop up that Mountain Chakra, you pop up that ultimate, it would be great for heroes that need the proper positioning to actually get that proper position to get the pickoffs that they want. But the Rafaela will be selected here for Vietnam, which means that once again the sustain is here, the mobility is here as well, just to answer out to the dives that Singapore has. But once again, you mentioned that they can still go for this Edith as well, but it's going to be extra hard to go for the dive this time. They have the Uranus, they also have the slows from the Rafaela, so maybe they need someone with the range, perhaps a Brody here to go up against Gids, or maybe even the Beatrix here. But it's going to be the Yuzong. Yep, it is the dive setup once again from Singapore, but they still need a scaling hero, which is perhaps Beatrix the next best option. But if you take a look at the scaling, it is still going to favor the side of Vietnam. So with that being said, Hayabusa here is open. Yep, I feel like a Yisun Shin still would be great here, but at the same time, you can't really put the Yisun Shin up against these dive heroes of Singapore. So I guess it's a good call for Vietnam as well to just go for the Hayabusa instead, to go for those pick-offs towards those squishy heroes like the Lilia, like Gears, Beatrix as well. But in terms of scaling, I do have to go with Vietnam here. But when it comes to the setup, when it comes to the dives, when it comes to the engages, you have to give it to Singapore here.
I do agree that YSS would be a good pick for Vietnam, but it's really gonna be a hard fought battle for that YSS, especially going up against a Singapore with a lot of initiators, a good front line in that Yuzhong as well with the Black Dragon form. So this will be another interesting match. So as we remember in the Group B stages, a lot of epic things happening, a lot of surprise picks, a lot of impossible yet done events. So I'm really excited for day 2 of the Group B stages, but overall it's day 4 actually. So this will be Singapore versus Vietnam. Game 1.
Yep, it's going to be exciting, especially since that Vietnam is kind of known for their resiliency as well so far in their performance here in the Invitational. And I also like how they picked up a lot of their comfort picks here. Not just the Cecilion, but the Rafaela as well, which seems to be a priority pick, especially since it's paired up with the Uranus. They also have connected lores as well, so it's so nice to see them play together here. But when it comes to the laning phase, let's take a look at the mid side. Yes, you have the pokes from the Rafaela, but at the same time, if if you're going up against a Lilia as well as a Matilda in the early stages of the game, it would not be so wise just to go in for the engages. You have to give it to Singapore once again for the early stages. Okay, Sayla getting chunked down real low. There is no black shoes here for Sayla to pop up, as Vietnam and Singapore will safely disengage from that. They are poking right now, but at the same time, you have to speed up the level 4 power spike here of both teams, considering the fact that 50 seconds more, the turtle will be up for the grabs. If you take a look at the EXP lane as well, it seems like Adamir is doing quite well up against Meow's Euphrates. But it's a matter of time that if the turtle will be up for the grabs in 30 seconds, Meow has to have that level 4 power spike in order to be able to join in, to be able to assist with the turtle take. But here on the bot side, it seems like T is actually having a fantastic time fighting here on the bot side. It seems like JPL going for the full aggression, like what I mentioned. It is going to be Singapore still that gets the lead when it comes to the early stages of the game. But if you take a look at Vietnam, they have already positioned themselves here in the turtle pit. 7 seconds more before the turtle is up for the grabs, and Vietnam is looking to eye and get that turtle for the grabs. They need that EXP, they need that gold as well to scale up.
We shadow kill on that Yuzhong, but Yuzhong will live, and good positioning on the side of Vietnam. But Paquito right now going right after Meow, trying to burst that Uranus down as they take position here in the turtle lane. Actually, I'm not surprised that Singapore had that first blood, especially with that JPL, because if you'll notice, Singapore's playstyle is really an aggressive playstyle early on in the game, especially if you have that Lilia and that Matilda especially, but the shadow kill will not be popped as the black shoes will be popped. Lilia will be forced to back down as Matilda tries to re-engage to be able to save that Lilia, and I believe Paquito will start off the turtle here, a free and uncontested turtle for the side of Singapore, as Sicilian will be forced to back out, but Uranus on the other hand will try to delay or deny this turtle from Singapore, but nope. Paquito says, this is my turtle, this is my time to come back. I want a win in today's game.
Yeah, I feel like it would have been great. I mean, I'm not so sure what Vietnam's plans were when they secured in that Uranus. Maybe perhaps just to go hand in hand with Bronze's Rafaela. But I feel like it would have been great actually for the Esmeralda to actually shine with this type of composition. But at the same time, I feel like Vietnam was also considering the fact that they had a Lilia, so it's going to be hard to do those falling star moves. So I guess it was a wise choice as well to go in for the Uranus instead. But not so much casualties just yet here for both of the teams. Joe pops in that Boogie Shadow kill just to get out of that. But as Vietnam, the time keeps on passing here in the game, it is still going to be very deadly here for Singapore. They have witnessed this, or they have experienced this yesterday, so I think they know that very well. They have to go on the aggression. If you kind of think about it, if you're trying to get to know someone, right? If you want to court someone, you want to get to know them first, right? And for Singapore, I feel like they are more on the aggressive type, whereas Vietnam, maybe we can stay friends first, then maybe go and take it to the next level. I don't know. That's just kind of, I'm trying to make a comparison here, but here comes Vietnam going in for the engagement here by JPL and gets taken down by Joe. And I feel like JPL was in a situation wherein he just had to do that circling eagle because he had no choice there. He was already cornered by 4 members from Vietnam. War Axe already secured in here by Jox. Whereas if you compare it with Joe, he's still building on that War Axe. So that is a little bit more leverage for the side of Singapore, considering the fact that they already got the turtle. And speaking of turtle, it is up for the grabs once again for both these teams. Vietnam, they need it right now to be able to scale up, to be able to be at par here with how Singapore is going in for the dives.
I do agree with your analogy. Actually, based on the composition, not so much crowd controls for both teams, as Vietnam will have to rely on that Sicilian for the crowd control, aside from that Holy Baptism coming from that Rafaela. And on the side of Singapore, not so much crowd control as well, aside from the knockup by Paquito. But the Black Dragon formation will be casted here to zone out that Clint and that Sicilian as well. Flicker out on the side of Rafaela, as good positioning on the side of Singapore to be able to secure that turtle with no casualties. Oh,
No
but
casualties
here we go. Still trying to
Ooh,
force a
Joe.
clash here in the bottom lane. Joe really micromanaging, but Paquito will try to go for that Clint as they try to take down this tier 1 tower. 4-on-4 rotation here on the side of the bot lane as Sicilian continues to cast those kills against that Beatrix and of course that Paquito. But a weak shadow kill, will it be casted on that Paquito? Paquito will do that wombo combo combination on that Hayabusa. Hayabusa forced to back out. A good holy baptism on the side of Rafaela to take down that Lilia in the process, but sacrifices his own life in the process. Good clash for both teams, good initiation set by both teams, and good escape for Hayabusa and Paquito as well.
Yep, that was definitely a win for the side of Vietnam. They got the mid laner in exchange for the roamer here for the side of Vietnam. 2-2 is our score. 6-minute mark, a little bit slower. And as for Singapore, this is not something we've seen in their previous games. They were a little bit more on the aggressive side yesterday, and sometimes it kind of bites them back. But here comes the bat speeds from Bronze, and TNTK gets taken down by Jox here, and as TNTK rather on the full retreat on the top side though, here comes Gear with the blast from the Beatrix. Here comes the Black Dragon form as well from Adamir trying to get a pick off here as Miguel will retreat to safety, but Jox though on the other side, Joe rather, gets taken down here by Gear. Another tower down for the side of Vietnam, and this is the aggression we've seen from Singapore yesterday, and they continuously do it once again in day number 4 for the Invitational. So right now, Vietnam, they have to hold on for their dear life. I mean, this is really the story between these two teams. Singapore, definitely they can go for the aggression, especially since the composition that they have is built for that. And if you take a look at the gold lead, it will lean towards the side of Singapore, considering how fast they've already taken in the towers. Speaking of objective, once again, Turtle goes to the side of Singapore, but Joe gets a pick off onto Gear there. Still, Singapore leading by just 1k, so at least Vietnam still has some answers to the aggression here. But if you take a look at the items here of Vietnam, it kind of shows what type of composition they want, or what type of gameplay they want. They are going for the sustain build, so a lot of anti-cuirass is being built here on the side of Vietnam. But hold that thought, there's melee clash going on here in the purple buff.
Well, you will be forced to back out as that black dragon form will be used to escape. Sanguine Claws on that Matilda will connect, but not enough follow-up. Actually, that there was a good holy baptism for the side of Bronze on that Paquito, but that burst coming from that Beatrix, that AoE damage, Sanguine Claws will get that Yuzhong finished off by the Hayabusa. Good Sanguine Claws on the part of that Sicilian, as well as the pick-off coming from that Hayabusa. And as I was saying, that was a beautiful holy baptism for Rafaela, stunning actually that Paquito, but Hayabusa was nowhere to be found as he was coming off from the base. So little bit of miscommunication or a bad timing, but I like how Vietnam is actually being able to hold their ground despite losing all their their top and bottom tier 1 tower. Certainly Eagle on this Clint. Clint will be forced to back down. Paquito will not reach this Clint. Clint still trying to burst down that Clint, but instead goes for that tier 2 tower in the top lane as Hayabusa will bring that Lilia down. Not so much a good game for the Celia. 1-2-1 standing for this Lilia, but Paquito with the knockup going right after that Rafaela, continuing to burst them down, but Uranus is there to guard his teammates, to guard the rest of the members of Vietnam, as Singapore will be forced to back out as they wait and get a good position here in the level 1 Lord.
It's kind of funny. I'm taking a look at the items here of Vietnam. That is a lot of anti-cuirasses being built. I think 4 of them are building on anti-cuirasses. Even TNTK as well as T building on anti-cuirasses. So it kind of shows that they are prepared for clashes. So they're like, okay, really, we have to hold on until perhaps TNTK as well as T gets the power spike that they need. So right now they are building more on the sustain to be able to counter out the dives coming in from Jox on this Paquito. But the first Lord is up to grabs here. Here comes Joe with the Ubi Shadow kill onto Gear as well as JPL as they are on the full retreat right now. Here comes Adam here as well with the Black Dragon form, getting that Petrify onto T as he is forced to flicker out. But here comes the Batspace as well, taking down JPL, taking down the members of Singapore real low as they are now chasing the members of Singapore here. forced to back away as well. They are kind of feeling the power spike here of TNTK, considering the fact that he still doesn't have that lightning truncheon. So that is kind of saying a lot. I'm kind of curious right now how many stacks does TNTK have right now. He also has the missing top emblem, so it's going to be extra fast to be able to get the items he needs. Once the TNTK gets this lightning truncheon, it is going to be a power spike for TNTK. Speaking of TNTK, he does get a double kill here, takes down Jox, takes down Adamir, and with that being said, I feel like Vietnam, they can take this score, but considering the fact that Singapore has a dive composition, they can also still contest this score. Take a look at JPL's position. He can actually go in for the circle eagle, but here comes Meow as well on the backside, zoning in two members, and that was Vietnam taking the first Lord of the game. Not yet the Luminous Lord, by the way, but enough for them to get the towers that they need.
Despite the 11th minute mark alone, the Sicilians' power spike can already be felt that bad impact along with those bad fists and sanguine claws connecting to most members of Singapore, actually bursting them down. Singapore was actually on the charge, on the initiation side with that clash, but they just couldn't handle the power spike coming off from that Sicilian, which led to a 2-for-none trade for the side of Vietnam as they also take down the Lord. Good initiations for Vietnam. I love the patience and discipline of Joe. On the other hand, despite a lot of potential kills, he doesn't really go for those greedy kills as he really needs to stay disciplined. As Paquito will try to go for TNTK. TNTK finally, but no, the Black Dragon form will take down TNTK. Singapore in a good position here to take down most members of Vietnam as they refocus on Mia. Mia forced to back out. Beatrix will not finish the job, but no, Joe says no. Goes right after Beatrix, then goes right after Lilia. A 3-for-1 trade again on the side of Vietnam. I love how Miao actually sustained all those damages poured out by Singapore to be able for his teammates to do a counterattack with most of their health still intact right now. As is taking the damage but can give a damage on his own.
They can go for it.
Out. The Lord is with them. I can go for it. Game 1 goes to Vietnam. What another turn of events. What a good comeback for the side of Vietnam. Singapore once again overextending, I believe. They were aggressive. Their aggression showed good results in the first match, in the first early game on. But just the sustain coming from that Uranus along with that early power spike from that Sicilian, as well as the discipline coming from Joe's Hayabusa. Good plays. Vietnam really learned and capitalized on their momentum, getting the first Savage in the whole tournament yesterday and showing that it's not actually a lucky game or lucky Savage. They're really disciplined. They really have a good game style. And of course, they really prepared for this tournament. And as you can see, it really showed in today's games. Despite the early deficit in the early game, Vietnam showed their resilience, their discipline, and of course their trust with each other. BK, what are your thoughts?
I think the key word for Vietnam here is just to hold out until the very end. I mean, it could be difficult at the start. I mean, this might kind of sound cheesy, but it might be difficult in the start. But all you need to do is hold out and wait until you get that opening or that opportunity to be able to set up the clashes that you need. And that's really the story here for Vietnam. They really held out until their damage dealers can dish out so much damage. And if it also goes to show in their items as well. They built in defensive items and later on they changed it to be offense items. I love it. The resiliency of the Vietnamese team. As for Singapore, I feel like their early aggression is there, but at the same time they also kind of have to consider their composition when it comes to the late game. They have to be prepared for Vietnam's resiliency in order to balance it out. I mean, I feel like that's really what they lacked in the composition, descaling heroes for Singapore. But you know what? Not so much about that. They still have one more game after this. But right now, Engen, we have to hear Miss Aya's thoughts about this very first game, about Vietnam's resiliency. Back to you, Aya.
Thank you so much, Ingen and VK, for that. Again, representing our casters from the Philippines. And again, I'm your host. My name's Aya Isveria. And actually, Vietnam, there you go, takes game one, match one. We've actually seen Malaysia and Thailand show their power and dominance yesterday, but looks like we have a new contender coming in between that, and that shows promise for the rest of the tournament. And you know, this is like a great place for you guys to, if any of you are aspiring esports players and you just want to get your name out there, you just want to get somewhere, this also prepares you for the upcoming SEA Games. And that was actually pretty intense, but I feel like there's gonna be more. I feel like I'm also like waiting for that, you know, that story, that plot twist, that turn of events, which one of my favorites in the Razor's Invitational. But speaking of highlights and moments, you know, what excites the community is that the hype and energy coming from the casters, most especially, like if you have casters as like vibrant and full of life like Ian and VK, I don't think I'll ever fall asleep or get a little bit distracted. You know, I'm just like tuned in the entire game or the entire match. And for moments like that, you don't want to miss anything. So sound is key to immersing yourself into the game. So light up your immersion with the RAZER Hammerhead True Wireless. With 16.8 million colors by RAZER Chroma RGB, active noise cancellation, and its low latency gaming mode, you can always immerse yourself and get the best experience that you deserve, be it at the comfort of your home as a viewer or an esports player yourself. And again, don't forget guys, we still have giveaways for you. All you have to do is go to Team RAZER FB page and answer the question, who do you think will win or become the grand champions of the RAZER Invitational 2022? And you can bag yourself, wait, where's my cheat code? You can definitely bag yourself a RAZER phone cooler chroma, or could be a RAZER Kishi, or a bundle of the Hammerhead True Wireless Pro, and with a RAZER phone cooler chroma and a RAZER Kishi, so you get everything in one. So what are you waiting for, guys? Go to Team RAZER Facebook, like it, follow it, and answer the question right now. Who do you think will win? And the announcements will happen on the 27th. So don't go anywhere, guys, as we will just take a short break for the RAZER's Invitational. Welcome back to the RAZER C Invitational 2022, and we just saw earlier that Vietnam takes the glorious win against Singapore, but will we see a turnaround for this next game? Again, this is best of two. This is now game 2, match 1. Yes, the first of our series for today. And if ever Vietnam wins again or goes out victorious on this last game, they will be winning it. So let's not keep you guys waiting anymore. Again, welcome to the MLBB division day 4. Casters from the Philippines, BK and Dengan Nation, assemble!
Oh, okay. Is it just me? Oh, okay. I thought it was just me. I was like, I thought it was just me. But yeah, it's both me and Ingrid who are here with you once again for this game number 2 between Vietnam and Singapore. And as for these two teams, I feel like it's Singapore that needs to really have those scaling heroes. In Vietnam, they've got all the scaling heroes. So I feel like this time around, Singapore just has to do a little bit more adjustments. They have to also take it to the next level when it comes to the late game stages. I mean, they did have Matrix, but what can it do up against the Sicilian? But you know what? Let's see how this will pan out in game number 2. Singapore, they still need a win actually here in the Invitational. So let's head on to the drafting phase right now between these two teams, Vietnam and Singapore. And if you guys are watching, right now, if you're rooting for Singapore, do let us know in the comment section with the hashtag Singapore win. And if you are rooting for Vietnam, do put in the hashtag Vietnam win. And if you have any specific players that you are rooting for as well, do let us know, because they need all the support that they can get here in the invitation. Especially since for Singapore, they are in dire need of a point here. Any thoughts again on the composition that both Vietnam and Singapore had earlier on?
I do agree. And for the past 3 games of Singapore, they, as you mentioned, they always would win the early game. Their aggression, their initiations are always on point, especially when JPL has that lead on him. But when it comes to the mid game and the late game heroes shine all the time. So even though they have that Beatrix to be able to scale on that late game, they just couldn't handle the early and immediate power spike coming from that Cecilia. So they really have to adjust their team compositions along with their strategy, because even though you're winning the early game, you're only gonna win once you destroy the base. So you really can't just rely on the early game. And this game is not like even though you snowball early on, Vietnam's composition has a lot of late game scaling heroes, so you really have to prepare for whatever happens. Even if you want to go for the early game, the mid game, or the late game, you have to take care of the late game. So I do believe that even though Singapore had that Beatrix, they couldn't hold on that much in the game. And as you mentioned, the the phrase of the game last game was holding on, holding
Yeah,
out.
holding on. I feel like it could be a song. I mean, Aya
Yeah.
already had one, right? So I feel like that could be the song title for Vietnam or their very first single. But now Tito already banned out. So Vietnam here, they can go for the Sicilian once again, which has been a priority pick as well for Vietnam. But it seems like they're still gonna go for the Clint. It seems to be a comfort pick as well for TNTK. So I feel like it is still a good first choice here for Vietnam, but Singapore, they can actually steal away the Sicilian this time, or maybe they want to go for the Matilda Sicilian. Matilda Lilia could be great for Singapore to answer out to the Clint first pick here from Vietnam. Not so often do we see this, but Vietnam, I feel like they know their own strengths. They know what heroes to prioritize first. So I feel like Matilda Sicilian will be great here for Singapore, considering the fact that Vietnam seems to prioritize the Sicilian. They seem to like the Sicilian so much, but okay, they'll be going for the Edith as well as the Lilia this time. So we've seen this Edith yesterday in play. It did very well under the hands of JPL. So right now, the biggest question is, it's still a flex pick. This Edith can go to Adamir, can go to JPL. So now Vietnam, with this being said, I feel like they can go for the Sicilian. Once again, Meow goes for the Uranus to go up against this, perhaps the Edith. So I feel like a little bit more controlled this time, a little bit more set up this time for the side of Singapore as compared to the Matilda earlier on. So now, speaking of the Matilda, and speaking of initiation, it will go to the hands of Vietnam. Still no Sicilian here for Vietnam. I feel like they will either put it in the second phase, considering how Singapore already got in their mid laner. So it's not really going to be a problem here. The only problem here for Vietnam is in case Singapore does ban out that Sicilian in the second phase of the game. So now they have a mid laner, they have a possible EXP laner, a possible roamer as well. So will Singapore reveal their jungler now, since Paquito is already out, the Lancelot is already out. So I feel like Singapore, I feel like they will bring out something new this time. They banned out their own Paquito, so what could they take in right now? The Beatrix once again, the Lilia. So it is still kind of similar to the composition that they had earlier on. The only difference is I like this Edith pick coming in from Singapore. A lot of setups, a lot of initiations. So still pretty much great. So now the second banning phase, Singapore, Vietnam still doesn't have a mid laner here, so I feel like it would be good to take out the Sicilian here right now. I mean, it doesn't seem to be a priority pick. They also don't have a jungler, by the way, so in Singapore, it has been a consistent ban as well. The Fanny, which seems to be a meta in the regions of both Vietnam, Cambodia, and Myanmar. It seems to be a popular pick, which is why you guys kind of see this recurring Fanny ban from Singapore. But just in case Singapore doesn't take out the Sicilian, if they decide to take out the Hayabusa instead, it would definitely be the Sicilian open once again for Vietnam. But it will be a little bit more difficult this time, a lot more engaged here from Singapore. So let's see how it will pan out for these two teams.
I think they really, really have to prioritize banning the Sicilian, since the last two games of Singapore, they lost to a Sicilian twice. And I do believe that Lilia was able to hold her ground in the previous game against that Hayabusa. When that Wiggy shadow kill is popped, Lilia just seems to pop the black shoes on time. So they could really handle Hayabusa, but I don't think that they can handle Sicilian right now. So Vietnam banned Hayabusa, their own hero. But if Singapore wants to win, I don't think they can afford to let that Sicilian slip away in the hands of Vietnam once again. But if they do select Sicilian for themselves, then this Lilia will be forced to go to the gold lane.
The gold lane. No, I don't think they'll get the Sicilian this time. That is a lot of heroes that will dish out damage, but at the same time, it's not going to be so balanced out with their composition. Definitely, this will be a Beatrix under the hands of Gear. So
Mhm.
right now, we're kind of forgetting the Roger is still open. The Yisun Shin, by the way, by Joe yesterday,
Joe,
that
yeah.
got the first Savage of the Razer Invitational, but oh, they're gonna go for the Estes, the sustain as well. So I really, you know what? The greatest counter to an Estes, just in case you guys don't know, is the Sicilian. Okay, it can definitely burst down the Estes. I mentioned this earlier, and Singapore just let it slide. I feel like they know they can handle the Sicilian, but at the same time, this is also the hero to counter out the Estes. So I'm kind of wondering why they still went with the Estes fix, considering the fact that they opened up the Sicilian for Vietnam to take. So with Joe's Yi Sun Shen once again into play, I feel like the proper positioning will be here for Vietnam. They can get the pick-offs that they want, especially since this is still a scaling composition for Vietnam. For Singapore, they I feel like they will go for something like a Barrett's. Since it is usually paired with an Estes or a Rafaela for the additional sustain. So I feel like maybe a Barrett's would be good here. But I mentioned the Roger as well would be good to um, would be good up against the composition as well. I mean, Singapore, they're known for the dives, and you know what more to solidify that dive composition, none other than the Roger here for Singapore. So if you take a look at the composition once again, this is what I mentioned earlier. Singapore, they need that scaling hero. Yes, the Beatrix has been adjusted to scale up pretty well when it comes to the late game. But you know, if you're talking about going up against a Clint, going up against a Yisachin and a Sicilian, that is not going to be good when it comes to the 15-minute mark onwards here for the side of Singapore. So they have to leverage on the power spike here of the Roger.
You know, I would have liked this Estes pick if they didn't let Sicilian slide away. I do agree
Right.
that Sicilian is the best counter against this Estes, but what makes this Estes pick so special on the hands of Singapore, considering that if Vietnam did not pick up that Sicilian, is as I mentioned, Singapore is very, very aggressive and a good initiating team. So with the sustainability coming from this Estes, this would have been a great pick by Singapore. If they didn't let that Sicilian slip away, they could easily initiate and hold on to those counterattacks brought by Vietnam with the sustainability of Estes. But since they let Sicilian slip away to the hands of Vietnam, it just renders the Estes pick irrelevant right now.
Yep. If you guys have seen the M3 Championships by Blacklist International, um, especially since if they know that the opposing team has a Sicilian in their composition or they love the Sicilian, they always ban it out actually. And the
Mhm.
biggest key to why they ban that out is because the Sicilian is a total counter here too towards Estes, but Singapore once again goes in for the full aggression here with Sayla and JPL rotating here. Here comes Geek and TK as Meow on the backside does get JPL, and will it be another casualty? It's Meow actually going down as Vietnam suffers or actually gets another kill here, 2 for 1, which seems to be in favor of Vietnam this time. A little bit too much on the aggression here from Singapore as they get punished by Vietnam one by one.
They tried to be aggressive, trying to contest that purple buff on the side of Vietnam, but three members of Vietnam actually right there in the purple buff, and their core was nowhere to be found as Roger was busy going right after that little wonder as Matilda picks off another Estes pick here. 2-0 on the side of this Matilda. Now, Vietnam, despite having this Matilda, aren't that aggressive. It's just that they're very reactive to the aggression that Singapore is doing,
Exactly.
and doing wonders for them. I love the discipline and the team composition of Vietnam so far, but we will see if that Esta sustainability will do them favors in the late game. But as of now, it's not doing anything as Lilia will be brought down by that Matilda one. I know by that YSS by Joe once again.
Yep.
Vietnam doing wonders with this lineup right now. Early on, as we approach the 2-minute mark, it's only the 2-minute mark, and four kills already for the side of Vietnam. A potential Lord take here on the side of Vietnam, but that's Sicilian again with the Sanguine Claws doing wonders for the team of Vietnam. The core still nowhere to be found as Roger will indeed take that turtle buff along with the kill on the Sicilian. Good communications on the side of Singapore, but actually, it's only a 300 gold lead for the side of Vietnam. So far, Singapore holding on to this lineup as they try to burst down the tier 3 tower in the bot lane. YSS will be forced to pop that ult to know where the enemies are coming and where the enemies are going. But Clint right on time to be able to delay and clear the minion wave. Another poking challenge match here between Estes and Matilda right in the mid lane.
Yes, a slight miscommunication there for Vietnam. I was kind of wondering why TNTK forced that flash out, considering the fact that Singapore has Adamir on this unit that can totally do the setups, especially with the second skill. It's kind of like a jawhead that can toss you in towards clashes, which is kind of annoying actually. So I feel like that was a completely unnecessary quote-unquote contest for the turtle. I feel like it was already a given since Joe was on the bot side with bronze. So I feel like it was quite unnecessary here for TNTK to actually contest in that turtle, considering the fact that Jox has that retribution to actually seal the deal here to get in the turtle. But with aggression is mostly here on the bot side, knowing how actually it is Sayla who's holding onto this Beatrix. So it's a mid lane Beatrix and a gold blade Lilia. So quite interesting here for Singapore, but it seems like Vietnam this time has the answer. TNTK once again gets taken down here by Adamir, by Sayla. These setups, the positioning here has to be a little bit better here for Vietnam, for TNTK to be able to get the skills that they want. Here comes Bronze with the Circling Eagle onto Adamir, but there is still no casualties here as Yao goes right in to all the members of Singapore and gets bursted down easily here by Sayla. A lot of miscommunications, a lot of unnecessary clashes, I would say, for Vietnam this time. I mean, they are a little bit more on the aggressive side now, but I feel like they are forcing out clashes that they don't really need to have. So with that being said, Singapore still on the lead right now with the 2k gold lead up against Vietnam. They are on the defensive side here on this tower, but I feel like with the dives here, they can go for this tower. JPL with the Aegis, with the sustain here from this Estes as they will be forced to retreat. The entire cavalry of Vietnam is here, as well as Singapore is now rotating to the top side, looking to equalize by taking in more towers.
Holy Blessing and Aegis casted right on time as that Circling Eagle from Matilda connects, but couldn't burst down that Estes, considering that the Estes had that Aegis along with that Holy Blessing. So good communications on the side of Singapore, and also a 2-for-none trade while also securing the turtle a while ago. So that's why they have the 700 gold lead. Right now as we approach the 6-minute mark, and actually Adamir pala was the one with this Edith. But despite Adamir holding on to this Edith, I still see those flicker aggression plays for that Edith. So Singapore really holding on to their aggressive and initiating style of play right now, which is actually doing wonders for them. But the name of the game, as you mentioned, is holding on. So will they be able to sustain this early lead, these early win clashes right now, especially considering that Vietnam has the Sicilian? That's why I think they're still really going right after the Sicilian, despite the Sanguine Claws connecting. The other members of Vietnam nowhere to be found. Holy Blessing will be cast. Circling Eagle on that Roger. Uranus trying to infiltrate the back line as Roger will continue to back. Uranus still going right after that Roger, but Roger! What an amazing flicker play on the side of Uranus to bring down that Roger. Singapore's reinforcement nowhere to be found. Earthshaker on that Uranus. Adamir trying to go for that Uranus, but sustainability of Uranus is just too much to handle for the side of Vietnam, as another clash pursues here in the mid lane as both teams try to wait for that turtle to respawn. But on the other hand, Lilia here continuing to push the bot lane for the side of Singapore. Will Matilda and Clint be on time to be able to clear that minion waves and also rotate on top and in time to be able to have a chance against this turtle?
Yep, I love how Miao, it's not just Joe here who's giving vision to Vietnam, not just Bronze, it is also actually Miao giving vision here to the members of Singapore, as TNTK does not have that flicker. Once again, Adamir goes in for the flicker and the setup takes down TNTK this time. So I feel like TNTK this time is always caught off guard with the flicker and the onwards combo here of Adamir. Here comes the Circle Eagle onto JPL, but fortunately enough, he still has that Holy Bab because he do sustain the Aegis as well for that additional damage. And now Joe is on the full retreat as Adamir, once again with the setup, the bait here from Singapore is quite on point this time, taking down Joe in the process. They have already taken down the mid-tier tower as well as it is working really well right now. This Beatrix mid lane for Singapore as they also take in the resources here from Vietnam, leaving Joe with no purple buff. So with that being said, if you take a look at the items, a lot of the turtle takes, all three of them went to Singapore. Considering how fast they have already scaled up, the Wind Talker as well as the BLG for Sayla. Once again, the setup here onto Meow is able to escape that one, but here comes Bronze as well for the backup. Circle Eagle onto JPL, but the sustain once again is here from our Estes as TNTK and the entire cavalry of Vietnam is here for the backup. Still no casualties for both of our teams, a little bit more on the calculated aggressions here for both Vietnam and Singapore as they are forced to just clear out the ways, forced to just take in objectives this time around. They know their winning conditions. Singapore, they are kind of on the winning end this time, but Vietnam knows that very well. So they are now forced to retreat away from that clash. Singapore leading still right now, given the fact that they have been quite aggressive this time around with a 1.5k gold lead up against them.
You know what? I love the adjustments made by Singapore. Although they're still are still applying this aggressive and initiating kind of play. Instead of rotating to the gold lane, they actually rotated more now on the mid lane to be able to shut down that Sicilian early on. So that's the adjustments they made. They're still playing their same pace, their same play style, their same game. But instead of focusing on that Clint, they actually focused on that Sicilian so that the Estes could actually sustain the remaining members of Singapore. So good adjustments on the side of Singapore as they maintain this 1k gold lead as they will flash here in the purple buff. A good Earthshaker again on the side of Adamir as Beatrix will finish off the other members. 3 for none trade again as the Lord respawns, another uncontested Lord. Clint will be forced to back away as the forces of Singapore will now put their attention on this Lord as they try to take this down. Good initiation on the side of Singapore. Did you see Adamir's flicker in to catch that Sicilian off guard in the purple pit? Another amazing play on the side of Singapore. I think this Edith, if the Philippines have Estes, Singapore has Edith. I love their Edith picks. No matter if they lose or if they win, Edith always seems to perform well, even though it's in the hands of Adamir or whether it be with JTL. But Edith really seems to be a good viable option for Singapore. But another counter clash on the side of Vietnam as they go right after Beatrix, Adamir, and JPL. Double kill for the side of TNTK. TNTK now scaling up good after a very, very rocky start. He was actually 0-3 in the first 8 minutes of the game, but now 2-4-5. Good counterattack on the side of Vietnam.
Yep, you mentioned he's now standing at a 2-4-5, whereas he had a very rocky early start. I mean, considering the fact that Adamir is not scared to burn that flicker to get in the kills or to get in the pick-offs towards TNTK. Now, by the way, he has the Lightning Trencher and the Dominance Eye, so this means another power spike for TNTK. My biggest problem here for TNTK, I noticed how he's always caught off guard here by Adamir. Not just Adamir, actually, by JPL as well. If you are a Sicilian, you need to have the proper positioning in every clash. So, I mean, if you want to get the proper pickoffs, you need to position yourself in a way that your enemies can actually pick you off. Because most of the time, I see that TNTK is always caught off guard here. I mean, I feel like Joe here has to pop up that Mountain Shocker to be able to reveal in the locations here from Vietnam. But here comes the Bats Impact. Here comes the sustain as well from JPL. TNTK forced to use that flicker to reposition themselves. Nice map up here by Adamir. But here comes Meow as well in the midst of it all. The Aegis as well. Sayla takes down Meow, and without the frontliner here of Vietnam, they are forced to retreat once again. Sayla on this Beatrix mid lane. who already has the BOD and the Demon Hunter sword as well. So it is extra painful every time he goes in for those bullet showers, goes in for those snipe kills towards Vietnam. I think that is the biggest problem right now with how Sayla is playing this Beatrix mid lane. I mean, all this time we actually thought it was going to be a Beatrix gold lane, but it seems like it is doing quite well here for Singapore as they are now on the kill score lead 11 up against Vietnam, who has 9 kills. But in terms of goal lead, yes, Singapore is leading, but it is not by a landslide. It's still Vietnam still has this under control. I feel like with one proper clash here, Vietnam can still hold on until the very end. 12-minute mark. If you take a look at TNTK's items as well as T's items on this clip, they already have the enough damage items to dish out the damage that they want. And speaking of damage, here comes TNTK with the killing spree on a killing spree. Takes down JPL in the process, and without their sustain here from Singapore, they can actually contest this Lord. So TNTK proper positioning here, but here comes Adamir once again with the knock up, burning in that flicker, but this time he won't be able to pick off TNTK as Vietnam is now on the positioning for the Lord Liao, zoning out the members here of Singapore as Joe will take down the Luminous Lord of the game. The first Luminous Lord of game number 2 goes to Vietnam.
Miscommunications on the side of Singapore as JPL was trying to zone out or give vision for his team while his team wasn't even going for that Lord. That's why he was able to be picked off by the side of Vietnam. And I do believe that positioning is indeed the play style and the key to victory. But early on in the game, it was actually hard for Vietnam, especially the Sicilian, to get a good position since Adamir was very aggressive on that flicker and that earth shaker, as well as the sustain coming from that Estes. So, but right now, miscommunication from Singapore, misplay after misplay, is doing wonders for Vietnam as the power spike coming from the Sicilian as Clint will destroy the tier 1 tower here in the top lane. Miscommunications after miscommunications on the side of Singapore, and Vietnam is known to capitalize on those mistakes. As you can see, a good sanguine clause on the side of the Sicilian, and I love how Vietnam is easily able to re-engage because of that Matilda dash that he could bring his teammates right on, and they will bring down the tier 3 tower in the bot lane. So Singapore, good start, good early clashes on, but the positioning again, the name of the game, you mentioned this every single time. Positioning is the name of the game, but miscommunications, misplays after misplays just seems to hurt the side of Singapore.
Yep, but they have been suffering this type of composition um, already in the previous days, and right now they are still on the verge of actually losing up against Vietnam if this keeps up. For Vietnam, TNTK already has the Winter Truncheon as well, so he's kind of prepared for the engages that might happen, or just in case he gets caught in a very tight position, he can just pop in that Winter Truncheon. But if you take a look at, it's not just TNTK that I want to highlight here. It's also T on this Clint, who has been pushing well. He has no deaths also so far, 103. He also has the Malefic Roar, by the way, well as the Endless Battle here to dish out the damage that he needs to do. So Singapore, I feel like once again Adamir goes in for the dives onto Meow, but he's able to sustain all of those and is forced to retreat. Speaking of sustain, it's not just Singapore that has the sustain here. You also have Liao here. If you take a look at his items, he already has the anti-cuirass just to dish out or just to sustain in all the damage output coming in from this brother, as well as Sayla's Beatrix. So right now, considering how fast the game is moving for both Singapore and Vietnam, the second lord, or rather the third lord of this game is up for the grabs once again in just a little bit. But once again, a clash will be forced here by both Vietnam and Singapore. But it seems like Vietnam, they know their winning condition is just to get the lord. It is just them zoning out the members. TNTK once again in a tight position. Why did he go there with the Truncheon just to buy him some time as he finally gets the mega kill. He still doesn't get picked off thanks to Bronze, but with this shutdown or with this almost wipeout, they could actually take in this game. Vietnam gets the Lord as well, Luminous Lord, so it is enough to get in the towers that they want. Good thing enough, TNTK has that Winter Truncheon and that Flicker just to save him from that very, very nasty setup that is coming in from Singapore.
I'm not quite sure if TNTK's play was a miscommunication or misplay, or was actually a good strategy to bait out a lot of ults, considering that
Yeah,
he
a
has
lot
that
of ults.
immortality along with that Winter Truncheon and his trust with Bronze Matilda to actually save him in case things go south. So we're not quite sure if it was actually a misplay or actually a good play.
Maybe a
for the
bait,
side of
right?
Vietnam. Yeah, a bait. That was actually a good bait if it was on purpose, rather. And now as they take down the tier 3 tower here in the top lane, Lord marches in the base as they try to take down this tier 3 tower in the mid lane. Circling Eagle will connect onto members of Vietnam as they take down this
That's
SS
not enough.
along with that Edith. No more sustain, no more creeps, no more towers left for the side of Singapore as Vietnam takes another clean game as they sweep Singapore. Singapore, unfortunately, will suffer a 0-4 standing here in the whole competition here in the Group B stages right now. So Singapore is indeed 0-4. Unfortunately, a lot of good plays for the side of Singapore early to mid game. Singapore was really capitalizing on the mistakes of TNTK as well as the zoning capabilities of Bronze and Meow. But as you mentioned, Sicilian, the best counter for Estes.
Yeah.
Your
And
analysis
you guys-
right again on point. You just don't predict the picks and the bans, but you actually predict the
outcome,
outcome.
right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I've gone up against a lot of Estes, and really the counter towards the Estes, the sustain is the burst or the pokes coming in from Sicilian. So I guess I feel like Singapore, they really should have banned out that Sicilian. I saw it in the comment section as well. They're like, okay, if you were gonna go for the Estes, you guys should have taken out the Sicilian instead. But it seems like they wanted to limit out Joe's hero pool. But at the same time, speaking of Joe, he is still the MVP of this game with this season shit, standing at 4-1-9. So Singapore totally overlooked those 2 years, the Yisun Shin and the Singapore, which were the final picks here for the side of Vietnam. So good game well played, Vietnam. Once again, securing in this game with a clean sweep up against Singapore. But unfortunately for Singapore, it was a good game, a good try for you guys. Great early game aggression, but I feel like, the Sicilian has taken you down so many times, so maybe next time you might consider putting the Sicilian or stealing away the Sicilian and putting it in your composition instead. But you know what? So much about that. We still have a lot more games today, 2 more games actually, and Singapore will still be facing another team later on in our very second series of the game. So watch out more of Singapore's meta, more of Singapore's players in the very next game. But right now, we'll have to pass it back to our very lovely host, Miss Aya. What are your thoughts about that game? What are your thoughts about that series?
I'm glad you asked, VK. I remember how Vietnam ending neck to neck with Indonesia yesterday, but today we witnessed a different story written. Hold on, Vietnam, as mentioned by VK a few times, which is actually kind of hard to forget. And I think this will be my tagline for Vietnam from now on, apart from a new single, a new fight, a new day. We like making and creating new songs and new lyrics here in the RAZER C Invitational, just to make everything memorable for you guys. So regardless if Singapore had a few more kills earlier in the game, Vietnam showed more discipline towards the objectives and that communication to keep the team intact during the clashes to get to the goal. In games, it's not always about the kill. Sometimes it is bringing the team to win. And so, serving as a clean sweep coming from Vietnam against Singapore in our match 1, game too. And speaking of kills, you know how we all want to dress to kill, not only in real life, but in game. I mean, with the pandemic, everything's different, and we just want to show off our new skins in Mobile Legends and in other games. Like, hey, look at this shiny new gun that I have, or shiny new a skin that I have for Estes, right? And so Razer has brought to us Razer Gold, which is a unified virtual credits for the gamers worldwide, especially Southeast Asia. Razer Gold allows you to buy games and in-game content to get more out of your purchases, including getting rewarded with the Razer Silver and exclusive game deals. Say it with me, exclusive. Everything is about that. So we'll be taking a short break as we head on over to our match 2, game number 1. But before anything else, don't forget to follow and like Team Razer FB page, because we have a giveaway for you. It's still ongoing until the 27th. We are giving away a Razer Kishi and the Razer Hammerhead and a lot more for you guys. So please join that. All you have to do is comment which you will think will become the grand champion of the Razer C Invitational. All right, so that's about it. We're wrapping our first series. Give us 5 minutes to be back in the live broadcast, and yeah, see you in 5.
Rooftop party, we can get naughty. Go, 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 Rooftop party, we can get naughty. Go, 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 Rooftop party, we can get naughty. Go, 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 go,
for the RAZER Invitational 2022 MLBB Division. This is now day 4. I am still your host, forever your host. Hopefully, I is Maria. It's already 5:06 p.m. in the Philippines. Yes, me and our two casters for today are also representing the Philippines. So, hello to everybody. I hope you just got your coffee. I'm having my matcha, so it's green. Like RAZER, of course, even my drink is on point with the branding of RAZER. So earlier on today, we had Singapore versus Vietnam. Vietnam getting a clean sweep against Singapore. But today, will we see a comeback from Singapore itself? Today we have for match 2, the second series, game 1 is Indonesia versus Singapore. Let's see if they could retake that win and make their country proud. So once again, I'm not gonna hold you guys back any longer. I'm passing on you guys to our amazing casters and duo for today. Burger Kim and Egan Nation, roll out.
Yeah, and we're back. Of course, with so much love, of course, brought to you by Dengan as well as myself. We are so honored to be here in the RAZER Invitational Southeast Asia. And if you just tuned in, we'd like to welcome you again to day number 4 of RAZER Invitational Southeast Asia. And if you just missed out on the first series, it was actually Vietnam up against Singapore, with Vietnam sweeping Singapore with a 2-0 sweep for the very first series of the day. And right now, Singapore, they need to kind of bounce back from that situation. We also have Singapore and Indonesia going head to head this time for the second series of today. Your thoughts, Ingen, about Singapore and about Indonesia's performance so far?
Singapore coming off from a 0-4 loss so far against Vietnam and I believe Malaysia. No. Was it Malaysia? Yes, Malaysia.
Yeah,
and
Malaysia.
On the other hand, Indonesia 1-1 against Vietnam. So this will be an interesting matchup between Singapore and Indonesia. So I'm still curious to see if Singapore will still continue to apply their aggressive play style, or will they be more on the safer end right now and hope for their late game heroes to actually scale and dominate in the late game. So we will see right now in the banning phase, as you predicted early on in the last game, that Estes was indeed detrimental to that Sicilian. So will it be the same story against Indonesia? Will they be picking this Sicilian, or will they be banning the Sicilian?
Your team is
Yeah, I
banning.
feel like for now, Indonesia is also known for adapting to the composition that Singapore will throw out actually. And speaking of Singapore, they have been showcasing
I didn't
quite
enjoy the
the
pain.
same
Your team
pattern
is
for
banning.
their previous games yesterday up until today. So I feel like Indonesia, they can sort of target certain heroes that Singapore loves using. I have to point out the Paquito, the Beatrix, as well as the Edith, which seems to be a popular pick here for Singapore. So I feel like Indonesia should consider that when it comes to the banning phase. But standard, once again, for Indonesia, I feel like there's nothing much we can highlight on. But, you know, just to give a recap to the viewers who just tuned in right now, Glue, the Valentina, and the Selena, these are the heroes that is actually most of the time never open in the Invitational. But if ever they are, it is most likely going to be a
Your
priority
team is
pick.
banning.
I mentioned the Paquito as well, which seems to be a favorite of Singapore. Indonesia knows that very well. Even though they have the first pick, they choose to take out this Paquito, which means Indonesia can perhaps go for the classic Matilda. Not too telling of what they want to actually happen for their entire draft. And at the same time, it's actually quite a safe choice here for Indonesia. Singapore seems like they can also perhaps limit the S tier heroes here. I mean, that's really what it is in the first banning phase.
Oh, yeah, and I do agree with Indonesia's Paquito ban right over here, as if we can recall, in the Singapore versus Malaysia in the previous day,
Your team is
the
banning.
Paquito, Matilda, and of course the Edith combination for the side of Singapore was actually super deadly. They almost finished off Malaysia. One tower hit left to secure that game, but unfortunately the scaling capabilities of Sicilian was able to get them that epic comeback and secure a 2-0 sweep up against Malaysia. So I do respect Indonesia's ban here of the Paquito, because if you get Paquito in the hands of Singapore, you know it's going to be a big trouble here early on in the game.
Yeah, the Paquito, the Beatrix, which also seems to be a priority pick, a first pick here. So Indonesia can either target those. The Lilia is also a favorite here of
Your team
Singapore.
is
I
banning.
just mentioned the Lilia and they go ahead and ban it. I'm not so sure if you guys are listening to me live, or you know what, I have a secret for you guys. I'm actually the coach of all the teams here in the invitation. Side, the Lilia I mentioned, Indonesia has been doing their research quite well, targeting specific heroes here of Singapore that they love bringing out. So I'm not so sure if this is actually a strategy that Singapore is trying to do. Sometimes, you just bring out the same heroes so that the enemy will just
Your
ban it
team
out
is
to
picking.
force out other comfort picks of yours to actually shine in this composition. So no Lilia, no Paquito here for Singapore. But Indonesia can have a solid start here with perhaps, I'm thinking along the lines of an Esmeralda or maybe even a Matilda would be a great start here for Indonesia. Not too much when it comes to the draft. So I feel like Sicilian
Your
is a
team
great start
is
as
picking.
well. It seems to be a priority pick for all of the teams here, considering how well it scales up, how fast it scales up actually in the current meta. So it is a great start for Singapore. But as for Indonesia rather, but as for Singapore, I feel like they can go with Lolita would be good if they don't go with the Matilda. I mean that's usually the case, but the Cho actually would be a great pick here as well to isolate the Sicilian. But Singapore, knowing for a fact that they have been going for a Beatrix, they shake things
Your
up this
team
time
is
with a
picking.
Clint in their composition, which means that this will be under the hands of Gear on the gold lane. The Cho most likely will be the roamer here under JBL's hands. So an Esmeralda, I mentioned this earlier for Indonesia, would be good in their composition. So a Sicilian, an Esmeralda. I'm not surprised if there will be a Matilda here or perhaps even a Lolita, which we haven't seen in the
Your
longest
team is
time.
picking.
Once again, I'm on point. I feel like I should be given like maybe I don't know, give a like to this live stream every time I say something, or comment something new. Hashtag Indonesia win or hashtag Singapore win. But with without the
Your
Lilia in
team
the
is
picture,
banning.
there are other heroes that are open. The Kagura is the best option to go up against the Sicilian, the Yin Yang overturn that can actually burst down the Sicilian in the backlines. But with that being said, Indonesia also has enough frontliners here, the Lolita as well as the Esmeralda to deal with the Cho as well as the Kagura to protect the Sicilian here of Indonesia. Final bans here for both of our teams. They both don't have any junglers, so I'm not surprised if they'll actually take out perhaps the Bling here, the Hayabusa. Actually, would be great.
Sir,
I mean, considering
what's your
how
command? Your
Singapore also
team is banning.
used Hayabusa, they also used the Roger earlier on. So let's see if they'll limit out more junglers here
Your team
for
is
both
banning.
teams.
I noticed a pattern when teams go up against Singapore, they tend to focus on the crowd control side because Singapore usually goes for the aggressive isolation plays where they pick off the gold laner or the mid laner one by one, and they counter it off with initiating a lot of clashes against Singapore. That's why I understand the Sicilian pick, this Esmeralda pick, and also this Lolita pick. But we do have here a Matilda ban, good ban on the side of Indonesia, since this Matilda ban was really, really effective for Singapore despite them losing multiple games. Matilda was really a good factor for Singapore. So yeah, we will expect a Matilda ban. But as you mentioned, Hayabusa is still up for grabs, and Singapore really good on that Hayabusa.
Your
And
team is
I'm actually
banning.
surprised Singapore bans Roger, one of their main junglers here. They're known for using that Roger, but instead they went for their own hero ban. So I think Indonesia here, if I am correct, will ban this Hayabusa. I'll be testing my luck with this Hayabusa ban.
Hayabusa, Yisun Shin. I'm thinking of the viable jungle. Ling is also open, by the way. If you're talking about junglers, but I'm actually wondering why Indonesia still banned out that Matilda. I'm actually really expecting this Cho to be the roamer Cho So the Matilda was kind of a questionable ban for the side of Indonesia. Maybe it's because they're
Your
kind of
team is picking.
anticipating the Cho might go to other lanes as well, perhaps the EXP lane, but that's not so much into the meta right now. I mean, perhaps Singapore wants to try out something new. I don't know. The high loss for the final ban of Indonesia would be great actually
Your
to
team
to
is picking.
be dealing or to go up against this Esmeralda. So I feel like it's a great last ban here for Indonesia. But the Hayabusa, like what I mentioned earlier, like what you mentioned also, is up for the grabs and will be going to Singapore. So I like this. There's a lot of answer already to the Sicilian here of Indonesia. It's like Singapore is ready to counter out this Sicilian, given the fact that they also have the Esmeralda. But if they go for the Kimi jungler here, or Kimi Gold Laner, that's a lot of magic damage already. 3 magic damage dealers. So maybe Indonesia they can go for a physical damage dealer for their jungler. Barats, I'm thinking Barats or maybe the Bane or maybe even the Link here. But the Yisun Shin, yeah, I mentioned
Your
this to
team
Spoken
is
earlier.
picking.
Would be great to pair with the Sicilian as well. So Indonesia has that composition front to back line as well. Great setups for them. This time, Singapore is a little bit more on the isolation, a little bit more on the surprise plays, especially with the Hayabusa, with the ins and outs it has in the clash, as well as the Cho. And not to mention the yin yang overturn here of the Kagura would be something that Indonesia has to watch out for, especially since they have uh, high class cannon heroes like the Sicilian and the Kimi. So they have to watch out for the yin yang overturn as well as the setups that will be coming in from Cho um, under the hands of JPL. So with this Yuzong as the last pick of Singapore, kind of confirms the fact that they are also going in for the dives here. Once again, the similar composition, but this time the only difference is that they have this clit. So in terms of poking in the lane, it's still pretty much an even ball game here for both teams. A little bit different here from Singapore, but still the same idea that they want to go in for the dives.
Singapore still going for the same play style. The isolation pick-offs and of course very very aggressive lineup on the side of Singapore. I do appreciate the double marksman lineup of Indonesia, but they have to watch out for that Hayabusa along with that Clit, because a certain power spike from any of those players can easily burst down the backline of Indonesia. So a good interesting matchup on the side of Indonesia and Singapore. I love the CC, the crowd control of that Lolita, that Esmeralda and Sicilian, but they really are gonna have a hard time trying to contain this Hayabusa, especially the skills and capabilities of this Hayabusa. So will we see the same story for Singapore actually owning and dominating the early game, then make small or minor mistakes that are costly for their victory? Or will Singapore this time actually contain the whole game up until the late game? They need the power spike coming from that Clit as well as that Hayabusa and of course that Kagura. But we'll see right now as game one between Indonesia versus Singapore will now commence in the land of the dawn.
Yeah, Maida on this Sicilian. We've seen Maida yesterday on a Lunox rocking it. But I feel like Indonesia is also one of the regions that understands their own meta as well. They have their own meta. They also build up new meta. But you know what? Singapore is a growing region as well when it comes to Mobile Legends. So I love the fact that they understand that they have to deal with Maida Sicilian as well as Brian on the backlines. They have that type of composition that can catch you off guard. JPL already going on the aggressive side. This time he's not an Edith, but this Cho can actually also burn out that flicker and do the way of the dragon. Brian here in a dangerous position gets knocked up here as Brian in a dangerous position gets caught in by 3 members of Singapore. Will there be another one as Afen is forced to use out that flicker just to escape the aggression of Singapore? And like what I mentioned, this is still classic Singapore lineup. They have been doing these dives in the previous matches, in their previous games. So we've seen this. It's not surprising to people who are fans of Singapore. They always get the early game lead, but it seems like they have the trouble closing it out in the late game. So let's see if this time their aggression will pay off. Will it perhaps be the game that they can end in slightly earlier this time, perhaps maybe even less than the 15-minute mark, considering the fact that this time now they have Adamir on this Clint. Will it be a game changer here for Singapore, since most of the time they have been going for the dice Rand here once again, getting caught here by Jox as well as Sayla, and he will go down under the hands of Jox, and now Jox standing at a 1-0-1. I'm not so sure what Rand was actually doing there, perhaps trying to steal the farm here or trying to steal the resources of Singapore, but completely unnecessary or a little bit too deep into the jungle here of on the side of Singapore.
You know what I admire about Singapore is that although they keep losing, teams can't seem to shake their confidence as another pick off for this Kagura and this Cho JPL. As I was saying, despite losing four consecutive games, as Cho will go down in the hands of Kimmy, they just can't seem to, no team can shake their confidence. They're still on the aggressive side, still getting the first bloods, actually always getting the first bloods in every game that they participate in. And it's actually amazing that JPL is so confident in his roaming capabilities that he's confident enough that his skills along with his members will actually successfully pick off a lot of these gold laners and mid laners in the process. So I got to give Singapore the credit, because they're really still confident and they really believe in their own skills despite losing 4 games in a row.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta believe in yourself, right? That is I guess that is the main thing here for Singapore. Their confidence is just there to be able to pull a lineup like this. I feel like they wanna this is the type of composition that they are comfortable with, and they will continue doing that. But seems like once again a gank here on the bot side way of the Dragon, as Sayla finishes it off with the Yin Yang overturn, taking down Rian for the second time once again in this game. Singapore, there's no difference with what we've seen in their previous games. This is kind of like deja vu, I guess, for Singapore. They always lead in the early stages of the game. So right now, the biggest question here for Singapore, will they close this out a little bit earlier this time? Because when it comes to the late game, we all know as well that it will favor the side of Indonesia. The Luminum Blast does connect and does take down Adamir here on the top side. Here comes JBL, a little bit too late to the party, as I feel like Indonesia will be able to take a little bit of gold plating here on the top side, but they also have to watch out for the possible ganks here from Sayla, Jox, as well as JPL.
I love that Luminum Blast flicker on that Clint. Clint actually using his flicker to try to escape that Luminous Blast. But Lolita acknowledges and anticipated that fact, so he flickered out and hitting that Luminum Blast on that Clint to be able to finish off that Clint in the process. Hats off to you, Afen of Indonesia. And as we enter the 5-minute mark, the turtle has indeed respawned. So we will see if both teams will have a clash here in the turtle pit, or will it be another uncontested turtle take for either side between Indonesia and Singapore. But as we can see, a 4-man rotation for both teams here in Singapore, for both teams here in the match, as Cho going for the way of the Dragon on that Esmeralda. Esmeralda uses that Purify, but Yuzhong's zone will do the job for Hayabusa to take down that turtle. Falling Star Moon will connect, but not enough to deal damage, as Hayabusa and Yuzhong will take that down that Lolita. Yuzhong still going on the offensive side despite Jox having minimum health left. What an amazing clash for the side of Singapore. That Way of the Dragon popping that Purify for Esmeralda, and that Black Dragon form actually zoning out the remaining members of Indonesia to be able to secure that turtle take and also take down one of the members of Indonesia. But the Falling Star Moon will connect here against Yuzhong. Not enough to burst down, but Ka really needs to keep an eye on the map, as Singapore's fast rotation doing wonders for the team of Singapore, as Singapore continues to maximize their resources. I love that Way of the Dragon. I love that Black Dragon form, but a potential conceal play here as the Luminum Blast will not connect. Good flicker on the side of Adamir, but Cho again going right after the backline. Way of the Dragon on that Kim, but Sicilian was able to use the Sandwich Claws to potentially save one of their members, but Kim will eventually fall down in the hands of this Clint, as well as this Lolita. Double kill for that Adamir Clint good reclash on the side of Singapore. Clint, Clint anticipating that Luminum Blast and that Flicker. Actually, good casting on the side of Adamir to be able to escape that Flicker and show what a good re-engagement on the side of the throw, despite three members of Indonesia clashing in between. He was actually able to get that Kimmy with the way of the dragon. So good part on the side of Singapore. Wonderful, wonderful clash so far.
And with the way that things are going right now, with how fast Singapore is playing this, I feel like they could potentially end this as fast as possible. This is their mistake earlier on in the previous games. They couldn't end it as fast as they can. And right now, I feel like they have to leverage a little bit more on this advantage that they have. They also took down the mid-side tower. That is opening the map a lot here for Singapore as they continue to take in a lot of resources. All the turtles have gone to the side of Singapore. So this means that they are scaling up quite fast. And as for Indonesia, they really, I mean, you know what? With the composition that they have to buy the time. And Singapore, they are not giving any of this to Indonesia. This is what they really lacked in the earlier game. So right now, Indonesia is looking to equalize by actually taking in some towers on the top side. As now, Brand is forced to disengage from that. A little bit more equaled out this time, as I think Brand will be caught in a sticky situation on the top side as Akan is on the rescue here. Brand is able to pop up that passive, is able to escape that, but here comes the Black Dragon form as Gear takes down Brand in the process. Here comes Rian as well with this Kimmy. That is kind of painful right now when it comes to the items of the Kimmy. Let's take a look at Rian's items. Already has the Genius one, and of course, perhaps going for the Divine Glaive as his next item. But 8-minute mark this time, Singapore looking really good in the 5 minute. With this 5k gold lead rather. If you take a look at it, I'm actually wondering why they didn't bring this show out so early on. Maybe this is their secret ingredient or their secret weapon, this show of JPL. They have been bringing out the Edith, but this show has been working so well for Singapore. A solo kill here by Brad though on the top side as Jox goes down. Sayla with the execute takes down Ta in the nick of time, and they also take down this secondary tower on the bot side. 9-3 is our score, not yet the 10-minute mark, and Singapore looking really good this time.
I love how Singapore, although still continuing to get a lot of kills for their team, they're actually adjusted to focusing more on the objective side now as we approach the 10-minute mark already. Tier 1 tower goes down as the way of the dragon on this. Lolita will connect. Concussive blast will not finish the job, but Lolita with a concealed play to be able to evade the potential death by the push from Singapore as we wait for the Lord to respawn. Kagura in a dangerous spot here as that YSS ult will deal a lot of damage, finishing it off by Ka. Ka will continue to go right after this Yuzhong. I don't know if there's a Falling Star Moon, but Falling Star Moon will not be casted. What a good initiation on the side of Indonesia, and now both teams will try to get a good position here in the Lord Pit as the first Lord will now respawn, but so far Hayabusa with a good position in the Lord Pit, but Adamir and JPL continuing to go right after objectives in the 10-minute mark already. The bot and top lane, only inhibitor towers remaining as JPL continues to sustain and zone out the attack of Indonesia. I love how JPL and Adamir's confidence is still skyrocketing. Actually, Adamir's place, although Indonesia was actually focusing on this Adamir, he continues to dominate with only 1 death, 2 kills, and 2 assists as they try to take down this Lord. Yin Yang overturn is still there in case they need it, as Hayabusa will finish the job as they take down the level 1 Lord. Indonesia forced to actually gang up on a potential push here in the bot lane as Sicilian's power spike is not yet felt. Singapore will utilize the resources of Indonesia as they try to take down this red buff. Lord is indeed in the top lane for Singapore, but what will Indonesia do? They can't seem to force a clash. They can't seem to get a good clash despite having a lot of crowd control heroes with that Lolita, with that Esmeralda, and with that Sicilian. But Singapore capitalizing on the mistakes of Indonesia as JPL tries to go for the way of the dragon on Ka but will not connect. Ka going back right now as both teams try to wait for the Lord to engage here in the base. Good discipline on the side of Singapore to wait for the Lord to engage here in the base, and good disciplines rather for the side of Indonesia to actually hold on to the remaining tier towers that they have. But a potential clash will emerge right here as a Black Dragon form will commence. I could see
Conceal play.
right now. Show didn't get that wave the dragon, but the Singapore's focus on the objective brought down
Blast.
that tier 3 tower on the top lane. Luminous Blast will not connect. Splint continue to burst down this Esmeralda. Good discipline on the side of Singapore. I mean, this is your 5th game in the tournament. You really have to show up and step up your game. And Singapore proving that they are still a dominant threat here in the RAZER Southeast Invitational right now. Clint will be caught by that Sanguine Claws, but will successfully disengage as Singapore brings down a tier 1 tower in the 12-minute mark.
Yep, Power Spike, you mentioned it from Maida's Sicilian, already has the Lightning Truncheon by this time. And if you take a look at Brand's item, already has the BOD and the War Axe, so it's also gonna be difficult to deal with in this late of the game, especially since the YSS can pop up its passive at any given time. We've seen Jox actually with this, Joe actually from Vietnam using the Season Shin to get a Savage in the late game. So I think for now it is Indonesia. Like what I mentioned, classic lineup up against Singapore. You gotta buy some time here. Speaking of Brand, he does get the Demon Hunter Sword as well right now. So my biggest question here for Indonesia, I feel like they could have done much better with the Matilda, considering how mobile the composition here of Singapore is. The Numenon Blast here of Afen does actually connect to the members here of Singapore, but the biggest thing is, or the tricky thing here for Afen is there's a lot of flickers, a lot of mobility here for Singapore, so it's not so easy to pop up that Numenon Blast to get the setup that they want. Speaking of Afen, he is standing at the 0-3-1, and JPL going as far as to try and invade the purple buff here, to try and give it to Jox, and even their own jungle. I feel like Indonesia can't even get it, but here comes JPL getting punished here. Yin Yang overturn, gets chunked down real low here by Sayla, and the final touches by Riyadh just to take Sayla down. And speaking of the heroes here of Indonesia, you can kind of see how they are scaling up quite well. So I think this is kind of Singapore once again trying to figure out how to end this as fast as possible. Their damage dealers here or their frontliners have been taken out, whereas for Indonesia, it was only Afen who is the casualty of this game. Now Indonesia a little bit more confident right now to go in for the Lord, but let's not forget that Jox is still up here. He still does have the retribution, so with one way of the dragon here, or with one setup here, it will go to the side of Singapore, but it is going to be Maida who gets the Lord here as Adamir continuously rampages up against Maida and gets a double kill on to Indonesia with only Afen left here. Good thing Indonesia was able to secure that Lord, but with how this is going, I feel like Singapore can further push in the towers here and go for a potential wipeout and end this as fast as possible. And they do take down Afen, and with that wipeout, even with the Lord that is now marching on the top side, I feel like Singapore is hungry for this win, and they will get it this time around as Singapore closes this game with a victory finally. Closing this game in, let me take a look at the timers here, 14 minutes of the game. So this was their secret all along, to open up the Sicilian, fine, to open up the Lolita, that's fine, but it seems like this show by JPL is working so well. The way he was able to zone out the members here, or the way that they were able to rotate around the map pretty fast, was a great thing. And I do have to point out that Gear and Adamir had a little bit of a switch up, so it's now Adamir on the gold lane and Gear on the EXP lane, so it's working so well for Singapore, this little shake up in their composition. So that's about it. Singapore getting their first victory for this invitational with a 56 up against Indonesia.
Congratulations, Singapore, for a very dominant, decisive, convincing win against Indonesia. Actually, in the last clash, I was actually afraid because the falling star moon connected on that Hayabusa but the zoning capabilities of the Black Dragon form from Yuzhong, along with that yin yang overthrow and the way of the dragon coming from that show, did wonders for the Singapore team as they were able to not only wipe out 4 members of the 5 members of Indonesia, but actually go for the GG push despite the Luminous. Was that the Luminous Lord already?
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
the
despite-
yeah, it
yeah.
was the Luminous Lord, so it doesn't
Despite the
matter that
Luminous Lord pushing
yeah,
for the side of
totally didn't
Indonesia,
matter.
it doesn't matter as the heroes of Singapore prevailed as they bring down Indonesia to take a commanding lead here in the best of 2 series against Indonesia. Hats off to you, Singapore, for maintaining that confidence and trust in your members. And I really have to admire JPL as well as Adamir for the early pickoffs. Like, if I were them, my
definitely.
confidence would really shake coming from a 4 games, 4
Yeah.
loss. But these guys are amateurs or about to be pros. You cannot shake their confidence. You cannot make them question their skills. I have to give admiration to the members of Singapore for staying true to themselves and to their skills. Hats off to you, Singapore. And as we approach Game 2 between Indonesia and Singapore, we have to ask our wonderful host, Miss Aya Esmaria, for her thoughts with Singapore's very first win here.
I actually love how Ingen said or mentioned about Singapore's confidence. It feels like they're rising from the ashes like a phoenix after coming back from that sweep taken from them by Vietnam earlier in our match 1. And this was actually the same aggression that I saw that they showed during their earlier games with Malaysia. And I have to agree with you a lot, Ingen. That confidence, they never lost it. That determination, it was still there even after the falls or defeats that they encountered yesterday. So we can see that 8 minutes in, Singapore was kind of focused on the kills against Indonesia with a 9-3. But as soon as they hit the 9-minute mark, they now went on towards the objectives. And the game concluded in 15 minutes. Wait, no, that was actually 14 minutes and 51 seconds to be exact. It's the same relentlessness and determination as they represented their country. And you know how Singaporeans are never late? It feels like they have a deadline and they're saying, let's finish this in 15 minutes. I don't want to be late for dinner. It's like the same strategy or mindset that they had against Malaysia when they showed that kind of aggression towards them. So we can still see the same fire, the same tactic when Singapore showed dominance against Indonesia. But that was also a good response and defense coming from Indonesia. But of course, congratulations for that 1-0. I think, yeah, that is 1-0. Yeah, for match 2, Singapore versus Indonesia, and bringing back the glory again after that sweep taken from them by Vietnam in the first series. So, who would have thought mobile games would come this far? I mean, it's now known worldwide as a professional esports game, and everyone's just part of it. Like everyone in the world, every race, every gender, every face, like what I said earlier. And if you're also looking to become the next esports star, you'd better be ready with the latest in tech for smartphones, because they have the peripherals ready to make you on top of your game always. So how's about cranking up your iOS and Android device with the RAZER Kishi Universal Gaming Controller? And speaking of, this is one of our giveaways for you guys that will be announced on the 27th. So I encourage you guys to go to Team RAZER Facebook page right now. Like right now. Click on it. I don't see you guys clicking. Click on it right now and answer the question, who do you think will win or become the grand champion of the RAZER C Invitational? Time to make your move, guys. Get the RAZER Kishi Universal Gaming Controller. The battle continues for Indonesia and Singapore, but before anything else, we'll be right back after a short break.
make it clap.
In game one, Singapore took a glorious win against Indonesia. But will we see a comeback? Can Indonesia also rise from the ashes like a phoenix? Let's find out as our casters from the Philippines brings live to match two, game number two. Burger Kim and Inga Nation.
Thank you for that very quick transition, Messiah. As Maria, as quick as the games we are experiencing, actually, no game exceeding the 15-minute mark, DK.
Yeah, and Singapore this time they got finally the first win. So will they continue this win streak? I feel like I have to point this out, especially if you're on a lose streak. I mean, for our viewers who are actually playing Mobile Legends, if you are losing quite often, I mean, it does happen. It's been happening to me, but there's that hunger as well. There is that hunger that we want to win. There is still that fire that okay, we need to get this in the bag, and that's really what Singapore had in the last game with a slightly better draft this time to contain actually the Sicilian as well as the Kimi.
Your team is banning.
This time Indonesia, they have to answer out to the dive composition. This is pretty much what Singapore has been showcasing the entire invitational. So I feel like they have to have an answer. The Lolita was great, but with the mobile setup that Singapore had earlier on, it was just difficult to pop in that Luminous Blast and get those necessary
Your
setups that
team
they
is
needed to
banning.
get. But again, you know what? Let us not talk about the banning phase anymore. It is going to definitely be the standard bans here: the Glue, the Selena, the Valentina as well. But when it comes to like the last ban here for both teams, I feel like it's really more of a situational
team
thing.
is
Depends what they
banning.
want to take out. Last time it was Indonesia target banning certain heroes like the Paquito and the Lilia. I'm not so sure if they'll do
Your
the same this
team
time.
is
Perhaps the
banning.
Cho, actually that was really difficult to deal with. So the question now is, do you want to deal with JPL's Cho or do you want to deal with the Eren? I mean, they're both difficult to deal with right now.
I do agree. Amazing performance for the side of Singapore's JPL with that Edith along with that show. But I'm curious to see as will Singapore be able to contain again the scaling heroes that Indonesia will potentially pick? Because Singapore's playstyle was pretty much still the same. They were really aggressive early on,
Exactly.
but they actually finally was able to capitalize on the early lead and eventually finish the game before it reaches the late game. So hats off to Singapore for
Your
doing that,
team
but it's
is
not
banning.
yet over as Singapore finally bans Sicilian. I'm actually curious now. They were able to find a solution or a loophole on how to deal with that Sicilian, but they still decides to ban that Sicilian. So,
I mean,
what will?
I
Yeah,
mean, in the previous games, they have been going up against the Sicilian, so I feel like in their heads they're like, you know what? We've been going up against the Sicilian so many times. Yeah, we won the last game, but let's just take it out. We've been seeing it for the previous three games. Bring out something new, Indonesia. I feel like that's something that Singapore wants to do. So right now, Indonesia, perhaps the Paquito, since Singapore does have the first pick here. So I mean, it seems to be a favorite pick for them, but the Cho, I did mention this earlier, under the hands of JPL. So which means that this opens up a lot of heroes as well, like the Paquito, which definitely will go to the side of Singapore as they will lock that in. A
Your
flex pick
team
here
is
for
picking.
Singapore, it is their favorite hero to prioritize as well. They're more on the dive, so kind of understandable why Indonesia would prefer to take the Cho instead. There's a lot of ins and outs for this Cho. So great ban here by
Your
Indonesia.
team is
At the
picking.
same time, they answer it out as well with the Clint this time in their hands. The Clint and the Matilda, solid first two picks here for Indonesia. So with Singapore knowing for a fact that they love going for the dive, so the Lolita and Lilia would be great here in their composition. Right now to deal with Indonesia, since they seem to be going for this all dive setup, and not to mention this time if they do secure this Lolita, there is a lot of possible clashes here. The Numenon Blast, and then you combine it with the dives that Singapore can do with this Paquito. And I'm not so surprised if they'll get the Lilia this time. Lilia, Kagura performed very well in game number one, so maybe they could also secure that. The Eve is also open, by the way, if they want to shake things up. They want to make it a little bit more different, but it is definitely going still to be the Lolita pick here
Your
for
team
Singapore.
is
There is
banning.
that pattern. I feel like they are prepared for the bans that Indonesia will do, but it is great actually that Indonesia banned out that show. Lots of ins and outs. So now Singapore is forced to take something new like the Lolita. So now, with that being said, the Lilia is on the mid side. So maybe I'm thinking along the lines of Lunox that did very well yesterday under the hands of Maida. That can actually deal with this Lolita's Numinum Blast and at the same time can deal with the possible dive heroes of Singapore. A Lunox would be great here for Indonesia. Depends what they want to go for, or perhaps even a Kagura or something along the lines of, yeah, Kagura would be great. I was thinking Kagura or Lunox would be the choice here for Maida. Depends really what they want to go for. But in terms of mobility, in
Your
terms
team
of
is banning.
flexibility and damage output, I would have to give it to the Kagura here, which is pretty much solid for Indonesia right now.
I actually thought or was expecting that Indonesia, after picking that Paquito, would eventually pick Matilda. And of course, that
Your team
Edith, since
is
it was a
banning.
deadly combination for the previous games on the side of Singapore. But since Indonesia picking up this Matilda as well, they resulted instead to a Lolita and Lilia, which is very interesting going up against this Matilda and Kagura combination here in the mid lane. And as we all know, Singapore is really on the aggressive and isolation kinds of playstyle. So I'm surprised that they actually picked up Lolita instead of those more agile roamers that could actually, tower dive and do a lot of things, sustain a lot of damage coming from the tower and coming from the bursting capabilities of Indonesia. So going with this Lolita will actually help them more control or maintain a lot of clashes that Indonesia as well
Sir,
known for
Your
initiating,
team is
especially since they
banning.
picked up that Kagura with the potential yin yang overturn. So a good counter pick on the side of Singapore, a good anticipation for this potential clashes that
Your
Indonesia
team
will
is
unleash
banning.
against Singapore.
They still don't have a jungler here for Indonesia, and it seems to be Yi Shin is quite a popular pick here for Indonesia. Maybe the Yi Shin, I'm thinking something along the lines of Yi Shin or Roger could be taken out here, as well as the Ling, which we haven't seen for the longest time. Didn't have a really great run here in the Invitational, but still pretty much viable here for both teams. But yeah,
Your
I was
team
picking
is
between the
picking.
Hayabusa and the Yi Shin here, which could be taken out, and it's going to be the Hayabusa, which means that the Yisun still is up for the grabs here for Indonesia to take. So they go for something different instead this time. They go
Your
for the
team
Tamas
is
to answer
picking.
out to the dives here. A great choice, and by the way, quite tanky. If you go near it, it can just live steal the way out of you. So
Mm-hmm.
now Indonesia, pretty great. Quite different from the setup that they had earlier. A bit more answering out to the dives here of Singapore. So now, with that being said, the Clint doesn't have the Beatrix and the Papa and Koopa, so I feel like it is going to be Singapore, perhaps with the Brody here, or maybe, just maybe, we could see the Wan Wan here for Singapore. Would do great actually up against the lineup here of Indonesia. Wan Wan, and as for maybe Gear or Adamir, perhaps they can take something along the lines of Edith, but they are actually going to take away the Yi Shin this time. Yeah, the Brody I mentioned is the next best option here for Singapore. The Brody and the Yi Shin
Your
locked
team
in,
is
forcing out
picking.
Indonesia to possibly bring out the Roger here. So it kind of confirms the fact this is something different from Singapore. They go for the Paquito side lane, but Indonesia also shaking things up by bringing out the Basha. So this is going to be a Basha jungler. For the very first time, Indonesia brings out something new. We've seen this in their professional leads, and right now we'll be seeing it once again. A great answer to all the region heroes. At the same time, it can rotate quite fast in the map, and at the same time, you can't burst it down as easily as those other squishy heroes. So wow, Indonesia. This time they are spicing things up with something new, the Tamas as well as the Basha for the very first time here in the Invitational. I saw that you were kind of surprised there, Ingen. Is this something that you use in ranked games?
I love using Baksha because of Baksha's versatility. You can actually use him in the XP lane, a roamer, or even in the mid lane. But a Baksha core, this was the very first time I saw a Baksha core. And actually, this is the very first time we have surprise picks as well. I was actually contented with that Thamus surprise pick, but topping it off with a Baksha core. BK, a lot of new metas, a lot of surprise picks happening here in the RAZER Invitational Southeast Asia. So for the fans of MLBB, even though you're not from Southeast Asia, you better watch this tournament as a lot of random and unexpected picks are happening in this amazing and exciting competition.
Yep, definitely excited. I feel like you guys can see more of this in the upcoming days of MLBB, which will be happening next week, by the way. So this is the last day for just for this week, okay? Just for this week. So there are more action, more MLBB action here in the RAZER Invitational Southeast Asia. But let's head on to this very interesting lineup of Indonesia, the Basha jungler. As Singapore is quite rattled right now with how to deal with this. If you take a look at the map, it is already Brand going to the red buff here of Singapore, which means that they are leading, and at the same time Ka is dealing quite well with this Potato side lane, but it's going to be the first blood here once again for the side of Indonesia. And especially if you're going up against a Potato side lane, it is not going to be easy when it comes to the early game. It's wombo combos will not be easy to deal with, especially since if you are a Thanos that still needs to get your items before you can dish out damage. But it is a different case here on the bot side, as Clint here, or Brian, is actually winning the lanes here, forcing Adamir to back away or go back to the base, and that is going to be one minion wave that he is actually gonna miss out on. So it's still not a loss here for both of our teams. It is just the beginning. And speaking of beginning, Brad here does get a solo kill onto Jox, and we are kind of seeing the Basha jungler here into play, as Sayla and JPL are also here. But here comes the shield unity as well from our Basha, forcing the members here of Singapore on the full routine. They love these dives, and now Indonesia has the answer to a little bit of overstay here for Ka as well as Afan, as they are now on the full retreat. Singapore answers set out with another kill once again, as the turtle is up for the grabs. The first turtle of this game could perhaps go to Indonesia this time.
Singapore still on the full attack as they take down the first blood again. 5 for 5 actually. I know 6 for 6 in terms of first blood in all 6 games Singapore participated in, as Indonesia will have an uncontested Lord take Basha with the final hit. And I love Basha's the Basha pick for the side of Indonesia, because they really know that Singapore's rotation is a very fast-paced rotation as well as a very aggressive rotation. So they really want to capitalize on the fact that Basha's shield unity is actually the best way to roam around the jungle apart from Johnson's ult. So they really wanted their core to be able to be present in most, if not all, clashes, and to be able to actually sustain and deal out a lot of damage, especially on those life stealer kinds of heroes with that Potato and YSS. So good pick on Indonesia to capitalize with this Baksha pick. But we will see if this pick will actually do wonders for them, as a potential clash will pursue here in the mid lane. Baksha still going right after that Lolita. YSS in the back. Eagle will hit on that Lolita, but Luminous Blast will not connect, as YSS will continue to take down that Matilda. But Brody, on the other hand, still here with the Torn Apart Memory, still aggressive despite that health deficit compared to the squad of Indonesia. Good part on the side of Singapore to actually rotate a 4-man rotation on the side of Singapore to seal that kill on Matilda.
Yeah, if you take a look at how the players also switched up on their lanes, Adamir and Gear, like we've seen Gear on the gold lane, but it seems like it's working so well for Singapore right now, as Adamir has now been switched up to the gold lane, whereas Gear is now on the EXP lane. But speaking of Adamir, he is not doing well here on the bot side, as Brian and Afan on the full aggressive side. This is what we've seen from them earlier on the Matilda and the Clint rotation, but right now Gear is in a dangerous position, forced to use that flicker here, as Indonesia on the full aggressive side. Gear is now clutching to their own towers, as Indonesia will now rotate here to the turtle pitch, which is now up for the grabs, the second turtle of the game. Earlier on, it went to Indonesia, and possibly this time around, it can go to Indonesia once again.
They really wanted to capitalize on that gank with that Poquito by expending his flicker to be able to get a good position and a good chance to secure once again this turtle. But no, Singapore on the full aggression side. Shield Unity will be casted, will hit on Adamir. Adamir forced to back as YSS with with a turtle steal. Lilia will pop that Black Shoes as Kagura will bring down that Lolita Circling Eagle on Brody, but will connect. Follow-ups will not pursue as both teams disengage. An amazing pick-off on the side of Singapore against that Baksha, and what an amazing steal for YSS to take down that second turtle away from Indonesia.
Yep, the second turtle of the game goes to Singapore this time, and Jox is already on a killing spree, getting that war axe. And if you take a look at the items, it just goes to show the aggression and the hunger that I mentioned earlier of Singapore to win this series. Of course, they want to close this out with a clean sweep. So if you take a look at the items of Adamir, the damage dealers here of Singapore, Adamir, Gear, as well as Jox, they go in for the full damage items, the war axe, as well as the malefic roar. Whereas Indonesia, consider the fact that their jungler is tank, so it is going to be mostly on the sustain items. So will the sustain be enough actually for Indonesia to tank in all the damage output that is coming in here from Singapore? As Singapore, once again, Jox here with the Numinant Blast connects, and fortunately enough, Afen is able to dodge that one, but they will not be able to dodge that final hit on the tower here on the bot side of Indonesia, as it goes to Singapore once again. Another objective down here for Singapore. They are looking really good, or they're looking really sharp right now with Adamir on the gold lane and Gear going to the EXP lane. So I think this little shakeup will do wonders for them. Certain Eagle here once again will not connect to any members of Indonesia as they are forced to back away. After Night now on the full retreat. They don't want to force out any clashes as of the moment, because there is a lot of physical penetration items now from the members of Singapore.
It's actually concerning for that Baksha to focus on the sustainability side along, especially since their XP laner Thamas is also focusing on the sustainability side. So they pretty much really rely on Rian to do the bursting capabilities for the side of Indonesia, as Singapore has a clean and uncontested take on the third turtle, and JPL continues to actually zone out, but the Shield Unity will connect on this Lolita despite the flicker. Lolita forced to back out as Adamir and YSS continues to dish damage, but Lolita will unfortunately go down as they continue their attack on Rian, focusing their attack on Rian, but Baksha's sustainability as well as Kagura's Yin Yang overturn will do a lot of wonders for them. Matilda will be forced to back out. Shield Unity again will be casted, but will be used instead to clear the lanes. Amazing performance on the side of Singapore, despite losing Adamir, despite losing JPL early on. They were still able to hold their ground and actually take down Rian, thanks to Adamir's Brody. Good clash on the side of Singapore. I love it.
Yep, Adamir now that has the Malefic Roar, perhaps going in for the BOD as a second item. This time Singapore has a better range, and whereas Indonesia, they're really having a difficult time here because there are two dive heroes, and at the same time their only ranged hero here is going to be Rian. But if you take a look at the gold lead, there is a 1k gold lead, of course, going to Singapore, considering for a fact they have a lot of kills on the scoreboard. But when it comes to the tower takes, it seems like Indonesia is the one leading with the tower takes here. They already got the mid side, so that was a good call by Ka actually on the Samus that was able to push in the mid side. So right now what Indonesia's plan is, not force out any clashes, just push in all the lanes. That is what they need to do right now. After all, this game is all about the objectives, all about the tower takes, not about the kills.
I do agree. That's why I understand now why their Baksha, their main core, actually has a tank emblem with Cursed Helmet and Antique Raz as his first two items. There's two core items, Patito going right after that Maida, because they instead want to focus on the objectives to be able to sustain the attacks on the clash initiated by Singapore, and instead focus their attacks on the objectives. Since they really couldn't dish out a lot of damage, instead they will focus indeed on those objectives as Singapore will take down a tier 1 tower here in the top lanes. Indonesia has a good position right here on the Lord Pit, but Paquito will try to zone him out, dish enough damage to make Indonesia back off, as Singapore now trying to continue to push the top lane and actually controlling the mid lane. Still a good position here on the side of Singapore in the turtle pit, in the Lord pit, as Paquito trying to push down the bottom lane. But we will have a potential clash as Tamos will bring down Adamir. Amazing clash on the side of Indonesia, but a clash, a potential clash here as Matilda still going right after Lilia. Lilia still has that black shoes, will pop off that flicker, but the circling eagle on that blackish, black shoes will connect. Rain still trying to chase after Lilia, but Gear on the other hand, focusing on the back line, went right after Afen. They overcommitted on that Lilia, but although Lilia expended his flicker and that black shoes, Gear had enough time to go right after Afen, and now is going right after Rian.
Oh, it's gonna be stolen.
Take down that Lord for the side of Singapore. Singapore on the full attack against Indonesia as they don't have their main jungler right now to sustain the clash. Amazing plays by Singapore, and now they caught Ka off guard. Ka in a bad position right now will go down in the hands of Brody. We have to give the commitment and recommendation to Sila for actually buying enough time for Paquito to infiltrate the backline when they were trying to burst out this Lilia. Enough time was bought and enough time was there to be able to burst down Afen and secure that Lord steal coming from that YSS, but Shield of Unity will indeed connect against YSS. Not enough damage since Brad actually has more sustainable items. Black Shoes will be casted on despite that Yin Yang overturn. YSS still popping that old Paquito going on the aggressive side, trying to go for Afen as the Lord will push the bottom lane. Forces of Indonesia focusing instead on this Lord. Will Singapore tries to infiltrate the base as YSS will destroy the tier 2 tower in the top lane. Shield of Unity will connect, but not enough damage as I mentioned. A full-blown attack here as Singapore tries to bring down the inhibitor tower here in the top lane. Lolita actually inside the base, but was able to maintain and sustain the damage taken by Indonesia. Indonesia forced to back up in their own base. What an aggressive Singapore team! Singapore's
Yep, they
aggression
are
is
aggressive.
really on point.
Yep, and their hunger as well. Yeah, I mentioned this. We mentioned this. We talked about this as well with Aya. Their hunger to win this or to at least get 2 points here up against Indonesia. That is what they want. And right now, with you can also tell with the aggression that they have, also the items that they're building. If you take a look at it, there's a lot of Demon Hunter swords, a lot of DOTs on the side of Singapore, whereas Indonesia is just countering it out by buying those dominance eyes, those antique razes, but unfortunately it is not enough, especially if you are going up against a double marksman setup, because Yisushin is considered still as a marksman here, so it is going to be 2 glass cannon heroes from Singapore. And at the same time, this time it is not so much into a dive composition for Singapore. They also have the range here with Adamir as well as the Yisushin here of Joss. That is what's making it hard for Indonesia, even though they have the sustain here, even though they have the double tanky hero setup here. It is still not enough to contain the heroes here of Singapore as they go in for the full aggression. And not to mention, I have to point out Sayla's blooms or bombs here is also slowing down the tanky heroes or the frontliners here of Indonesia, therefore giving the damage dealers here for Indonesia the proper positioning to be able to kite these heroes from Indonesia. Second Lord of the game is up for the grabs, and I feel like with the positioning or with the timing of Jox's steals, it is definitely going to Singapore, not unless it is going to be Indonesia who will actually contest this. Surprisingly enough, it is going to be another clash that will break down once again here as the Yin Yang overturn is not enough. Rian gets taken down as well as Afen. 2 members down here for the side of Indonesia, and it is enough to let them back away from the Lord pit.
You're not giving Indonesia any more chances to fall back as that circling eagle connects, as well as Paquito actually flickering in with that wombo combo combination up against Indonesia to bring down Rian, and of course that Matilda as they try to take down the tier 3 tower here in the inhibitor lane, as Gear will try to focus his attack on Maida, but Maida will indeed fall back and actually turn things around by bringing down Gear in the process. But we do have to acknowledge that Singapore has a Luminous Lord here at the top lane, inhibitor tower in the mid lane still up for the side of Indonesia, but will Singapore force a clash here against Indonesia despite not having gear in the process? YSS will pop that ult. Will we see a potential clash, or will Singapore wait for their jungler as Indonesia easily bursts out that Lord and continues to push the lanes? But no Adamir here, going right after Afen. Afen certainly connects. Shield of Unity will also connect, but Matilda will go down. Cap on the backside, trying to force back, but Baksha and Tamas will go down despite Gear not being here. Actually, Gear is still in the mid lane. And as Singapore continues to zone out and continue that GG push, Singapore a 2-0 sweep up against Indonesia.
Victory!
Their confidence is still skyrocketing despite a 0-4 start in the competition. We have to give credit for Singapore winning this game, a dominant win actually, despite coming off a shaky start in the whole invitational competition. Singapore proving that they are a force to be reckoned with, that they will not be counted out, that they still deserve to be recognized as a threat here in the RAZER Invitational Southeast Asia.
Yep, shaking things up, right? Singapore, Adamir, and Gear right now switching up positions, and they are really looking good with this type of lineup. The main thing here for the side of Singapore is actually the stuns and the slows from both Sayla and JPL was really difficult to deal with. So I was kind of surprised that they still went with the Basha and the Tamas, even though the sustain was there. So I feel like it was just a matter of Singapore. They know how to deal with this type of composition, especially since they have been bringing this one out, the dives or the sustained heroes. But right now we have to give the floor to Singapore. Congratulations and kudos to you guys. Your hunger and your confidence definitely paid off very well this time. So you know what, but after those two intense games, I feel like our players from Singapore, they have to give themselves a pat at the back, whereas our Singapore fans, rejoice because this is a clean sweep. Not an easy one for Singapore, but they managed to take it away from Indonesia. But Ingan, we still have one more series right after this, so don't you guys go away. We still have more MLBB action for you, but for now, we'll be passing the mic back to Miss Aya. Passing it on.
Mike passed on. Thank you so much, VK and Ingan, for that. I felt like Indonesia was kind of using fire against fire with Game 2, trying to use the same tactics against them. It showed at the earlier parts where they were trying to secure the second turtle as much as they could and trying to win the clashes. Yet Singapore always had a good response or ready to counter that every single time. And I really thought Indonesia would sustain Game 2 a little bit better compared to the first one. Yet Singapore's aggression was actually times 10 compared to the first match. That was like times 10, guys. Times 10, y'all. It's like, we will not have this. Singapore, I have a question for you. Do you guys even breathe? Do you guys even have a momentary distraction or like a relapse? Nothing. Like, they're just zoned in the entire time. And like what Ingan said, Singapore was like, no chances, no way. And I feel like they were trying to also break their record in the first game, which I think 14 minutes and 51 seconds. And then they kind of finished this one a little later than that, like past 15 minutes. Yeah, that was actually a really, really fired up game for the second series. However, we still do have a lot more series coming up this week for the RAZER C tournament, or RAZER C Invitational 2022, with the same regions. That includes Indonesia and some of the countries that you've witnessed the past 4 days. So don't put out that fire, Indonesia. You can still make it, I believe. But for now, it's a 2-0, a clean sweep from Singapore versus Indonesia. And I feel like this could be, we could give credit to their shot calling and communication. It's all about communication, and as I've said earlier, it's about zoning and just not letting distractions or other traffic get into your head. You just need to call out those shots, that strategy, and organizing your team so that you can win the objective together. So the sound of esports unleashed with the Razer Black Shark V2 Pro. I am wearing it right now. It's so light on the head that I actually forgot to take it off. I went down to eat my spaghetti. I'm like, oh wait, there's something on my head. I realized it 5 minutes later after I was picking out on the tomato sauce and the pasta. And it's that light that you won't even notice you're still wearing it. And it's very very comfortable even after hours of hosting and casting, as with BK and Ingen. They're our shoutcasters from the Philippines. They're also using the same thing. And definitely we've got that hyper speed wireless connection, hyper clear mic, which I believe BK is also using. Yes. And that noise cancellation, so we can just immerse ourselves into the tournaments that we're viewing, or you're just listening to what your team leader is or how he is giving the shots. So we are now up for the final series for day 4 of RAZER C Invitational. But before anything else, grab your dinner, get some coffee, and we'll be back after a short break.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we can get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party to get naughty. Go!
And it's exactly 1 minute before 7 p.m. here in the Philippines. Aya is Maria representing the RAZER C Invitational as your host for tonight. We are now on day 4 of the MLBB division, and we've been seeing a lot of comebacks and dominance and aggression coming from our different regions around Southeast Asia. And in case you haven't figured out yet, or what is RAZER C Invitational? So the RAZER C Invitational, it features the top teams around, of course, Southeast Asia, where everybody dukes it out for that 30,000, sorry, not only 10,000 guys, it is 30,000 whopping US dollars to pave the way for the upcoming SEA Games, and for those aspiring esports player who just wants to get that spotlight and to show the world what they've got. And so I'm just going to give you a little bit of a recap of today's matches. From the first series, we had Singapore versus Vietnam, with Vietnam getting a clean sweep. That is a 2-0. And as for the second series, match 2, Indonesia versus Singapore, Singapore ending up with another clean sweep against Indonesia. And tonight it will be really interesting as Vietnam will be going up against Thai. So let me just give you a little bit of a background of the happenings in the past few days. I believe that this would be a really interesting matchup because Thailand actually came out as the victor yesterday with a clean sweep against Malaysia. And we all know that Malaysia, how savage they are and dominating, that actually gave their win against Singapore. While Vietnam defeated the uberly aggressive Singapore yesterday, not with a tie, but with a 2-0 right there. And we see how Singapore performed, right? So basically, all what I'm trying to say is these two powerhouses that earned themselves their own clean sweep would be a really interesting clash, don't you think so? And with that, I will no longer hold you guys at the edge of your seat. So here's our casters from the Philippines, BK and Inga Nation, serving you our final series. Vietnam versus Thailand. Rock and roll, guys.
Thank you, Miss Aya as Maria, once again. Yes, indeed. Two powerhouses for Southeast Asia will collide in the last series match. Vietnam going up against Thailand. Now, Vietnam came from a 2-0 sweep up against Singapore, while on the other hand, Thailand came from a clean 2-0 sweep against Malaysia. But we do have to note that Vietnam also lost one match
Your
now
team is
against
banning.
Indonesia. So Vietnam not undefeated. On the other hand, Thailand undefeated with a 2-0 current standing. So still two powerhouses in the Group B stages will now clash. And as the banning and picking phase will commence, Vietnam coming off a 2-0 clean sweep against Singapore. Let's talk about Vietnam's performance a while ago, BK.
Yeah, Vietnam had a spectacular performance with a 2-0, of course. Given the fact that they have these heroes that scale up pretty well, it seems like that is the type of composition that they want. So I feel like Thailand has to watch out for that right now. I mean, the Sicilian, the
Your
Clint,
team
seem to
is
be
banning.
powerhouse picks rather from the side of
Your team
Vietnam.
is
And
banning.
as for Thailand, there's a lot of heroes here that they can take out, especially since there's a lot that Vietnam already showcased today. The Sicilian, the Clint, and the Matilda. These are picks that Vietnam seems to favor. But let's not forget, I feel like I've seen this in the comment section earlier in the Razer page, that someone mentioned that this group is actually quite unpredictable. And I would also like to say that Thailand is actually quite unpredictable. Yesterday, they rocked that Balmond jungle that actually worked really well to their favor. They also brought out something new, the Eudora as well, for the very first time yesterday to take control of the Malaysia's link. So Emal wasn't able to have that stellar performance that
team
he
is
wanted to
banning.
have, but the Lancelot and the Sicilian I mentioned, which seems to be a powerhouse pick here for Vietnam. It's great that Thailand took that out, one pause for hero in out of the picture. So I'm not surprised here if Vietnam will actually take out the Glue as well as the Valentina, since this
Your
is going to
team
be
is
Thailand's
banning.
game, or Thailand will have the pleasure of getting the first pick for this very first game of the series.
I do agree. Good bans on both sides, as Thailand will indeed ban that Sicilian, which is a very staple hero on the side of Vietnam. The scaling capabilities of that Sicilian in the hands of Vietnam really proved that Vietnam is a force to be reckoned with, as they claimed a 2-0 sweep up against Singapore early on. But Thailand as well with the unpredictable picks. So you really can't predict what Thailand will do next. As you mentioned, the Balmond pick, the sustainability and the lifesteal of that Balmond yesterday was actually so
what's your
amazing.
command? Your
That
team
Thailand's
is
dominant
banning.
win was not unexpected, but actually surprising, since they have a lot of different
Your
styles
team
and a
is
lot of new
picking.
metas to be unleashed here in the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia, as Vietnam goes with the Valentina as the final ban, as well as Thailand with that Fanny.
Fanny and the Lancelot already taken out. Quite surprising that Thailand also uses this Lancelot quite often. So it is still going to be a Paquito still. I mean, it's already a given, especially a fact right now that Paquito is, despite the nerfs that the game gave Paquito, it is still very much viable in the meta right now, especially when it gets the items that it needs to get to dish out the damage. And not to mention, if you
Your
give this
team is
Paquito
picking.
enough space to be able to snowball, it is definitely going to be a game changer, especially for Thailand. And now Vietnam, of course, without the Sicilian in the picture, they can start it out with the Clint and the
Your
Uranus. This
team
has
is
been
picking.
constant for them. Even in the previous series, they won it with a clean sweep. Actually, both these teams actually won their last games with a clean sweep. So right now, will someone's streak be broken? Definitely, it will be broken
Mm-hmm.
this time. So let's see if it will be a clean sweep, or will it be perhaps an even ball game? Will it be 1-1 this time, since both of them actually won their previous series, like what I mentioned, with a 2-0. But this time, Thailand also, they know how to draft very well. This is a team that is quite unpredictable, depends on like whatever you ban out. I feel like Thailand will always bring out something new, and I feel like this Lunox actually will do very well up against the Uranus pick here of
Your
Vietnam,
team is
further
picking.
solidifying it with the Matilda as well, which will be their roamer. So I feel like it's going to be Flash One who is going to actually use this Lunox. And by the way, Flash One was actually the MVP for both games
Your
yesterday.
team
The
So
is
will we
Eudora
banning.
be
pick.
seeing the same thing again? Yeah, Flash One on this. Like I feel like Flash One, this, no matter what you take out of the equation, it is still going to be Flash One bringing something new out. Yesterday was a Eudora. We've also seen Flash One rock a Lilia as well. So
Your
a lot
team
of
is
heroes here for
banning.
Thailand that they can bring out. But it's still going to be still Vietnam with their
Your
constants, the
team is
Lilia this
banning.
time, because of the fact that Thailand took out the Sicilian, which means that
Esmeralda ban.
I feel like yeah, Esmeralda would be a great ban here for Vietnam.
Aside from
Especially since
Flash
they can
One,
totally take it. Yeah, they can totally take the
yeah.
Esmeralda.
Aside from Flash One, I do like to note and commend the performance of Hasaki yesterday with that Esmeralda. A lot of
Your team
zoning
is
plays on
banning.
the side of Thailand thanks to Hasaki's Esmeralda, but Vietnam will proceed to ban that as well. Thailand, on the other hand, who will they go as their last ban? Still no jungler on the side of Vietnam, as well as a potential roamer. Yeah, no roamer yet on the side of Vietnam. So who are the potential? Will they go for a Lilia roamer?
No, I don't think that's quite viable, but definitely a support Lilia. I thought the Yisun Shin once again, because this is Vietnam we are talking about, the very first savage of this entire invitational, care or brought to you or served by Joe of Vietnam, of
Joe.
course. Yeah, Joe with this Yisun Shin. Also in the previous games, Joe was actually, if not the MVP, but he actually performed very well on this
Your
Yisun
team
Shin,
is
and
picking.
Thailand knows that very well. The Lolita here to be the roamer of Vietnam to set things up for them to actually answer out to the Pokito and the Matilda's aggression, the Matilda's dive. So with that being said, Thailand still needs a gold laner to go up against Flint. I feel like a Beatrix would be good, definitely. Brody is already out, so maybe a Popol and Koopa, something along those lines. Also to contain the Uranus would be good. And as for Hasaki, it would be really nice to have that Esmeralda, but of course you gotta deal with the Lilia as well as the Lolita. So I feel like it's not going to be an Esmeralda. Maybe something along the lines of I think Edith would be good as well. But if I feel like if it's their comfort picks, definitely go for it, right? Definitely go for your comfort picks. But it is going to be something new once again. The
Your team
Claude
is
here
picking.
for the side of Thailand, but this still doesn't give us a clear picture of who's gonna go where. Oh, but okay, I feel like it's going to be a Claude gold laner because I was thinking maybe
Mhm.
perhaps it can be a Claude that goes to the jungle, right? I mean, sometimes we do see that, especially since Claude has been buffed up pretty well in the patch, but it is going to be a Claude gold laner to go up against perhaps a Granger pick here for Vietnam. Again, another a new hero here in the invitation. If Vietnam does decide to lock this in, I mean, I haven't seen a Granger for the longest time, but I mean, with the composition, with the dice here of Vietnam, they can definitely pull off this Granger pick. But my only problem is how to deal with this Claude, the burst it has when it comes to the late game. But finally, we finally see this Bane. I've been talking about this for the
Vehicle.
previous days. For the first time, the Bane is being put into play here. But who that thought is actually going to be a Claude jungler here. So this means it
Hylos
could just
Roamer,
be
Gold Lane, Lunox?
Hylox EXP and perhaps a okay, maybe a Lunox gold lane and then maybe the
Yeah,
Matilda and the
Hylos
Hylot
Roamer.
on the mid lane.
Yeah,
Yeah. Oh, this is so interesting, right? I mean, I saw it in the
super
comment
interesting.
section. It's so unpredictable. It's not just Groupie who's unpredictable. Even our players from both these teams are unpredictable right now as they rock in something new.
Woo!
Yesterday, we've seen the Balmond from Thailand. This time, we see the Claude in action at the hands of Lois from Thailand. And of course, for the first time, the Bane will be put into action here for Vietnam as they go for something spicy, as they go for something new here in this very first game, our last series for day number 4 of this week. And spicing things up definitely because the weekend is about to happen real soon. But you know what? If you are rooting for Thailand, do let us know in the comment section. And if you are vying for Vietnam, if you are for the Vietnamese team, do let us know as well. Hashtag Thailand win or hashtag Vietnam win. Let's go for this very first game of the series. Flash 1 forced to retreat from all the pokes here. It's going to definitely going to be a poke game when it comes to the mid lane. Considering you have a Lilia, you also have a Matilda and the Lunox once again to be played here by Flash 1. So it is an early clash, quite an early clash here. Zandri forced to burn that flicker, and right now these two teams, their aggression might be paid off as Flash 1 once again gets a kill here onto TNTK, and Zandri gets answered out here by Meow as he is also forced to burn that flicker. But here comes Sasaki as well with the Ring of Order, with the stuns, but Meow still survives another day.
One for one trade for both sides of the match as both roamers, oh no, rather, both mid laners, rather, are taken down by both sides. I love the early on aggression Thailand is showing, but the re-engagement of Vietnam just seems to put Thailand in an unfamiliar situation right now, as you can see this Claude jungler really having I really bet that Thailand will have to extend this game. As you mentioned early on, that Thailand is known to maximize and utilize those late game capabilities and of course those late game scaling heroes. So we will be expecting a late game. But Claude going right after Lilia. Lilia will indeed pop the black shoes. No, Lilia doesn't have the black shoes yet and will still go for that Lolita. The Lunox Claude combination along with that Matilda serving wonders for Thailand. I say Claude still trying to go for that Lolita, but on the other hand here, Joe focusing instead on the objectives, but Hylos was there to properly zone him out as Thailand's forces now rotating to the top side as they will try to secure a clean and uncontested turtle take.
Yep, you see how Vietnam was super rattled with one blazing duet from Lois. That is really the beauty of actually bringing out something new. And with that being said, after Vietnam being rattled, they had to go back and reset as Thailand will now get the first turtle of the game, giving them the numbers advantage as well as the goal lead right now up against Vietnam. So if this keeps going on, I feel like Thailand can just have a snowball effect. They have the Claude, they also have this Patito. Given the fact that the Matilda, if you have a Matilda in your composition, you're gonna have an easy time rotating. Here comes TNTK forced to pop up that black shoes and retreat from Flash 1 and Zanri's aggression. Even though you are a Lilia, they are now forced to retreat. Flash 1 here has that ultimate from this Lunox, so we can expect to see a lot more dives when it comes to the clashes here for Thailand. They are leading right now and they are looking real good. They also have the late game insurance with this Claude, so it's just a matter of time. If Lois does get that Tino from the short, it is going to be deadly, but it's also going to be deadly here for Meow as he's forced to pop in that ultimate. Here comes Lois with the blazing duet on the backlines, will not be able to take down Meow as Zanri goes in for the circling eagle, but to no avail, and he will be the one punished at the same time, forced to retreat away. Fortunately enough, there was the guiding wind there to guide them to safety as Thailand right now forced to retreat from the aggression that they are showcasing. So Vietnam still on the on the good side. They are actually still doing pretty well up against Thailand in this early of a game, but hold that thought though on the bot side. Izzy is in trouble here as Bronze and T will actually be going for Izzy, and now they're forced to retreat here. Zanri pops in that guiding wind just in the nick of time, but TNTK a little bit too deep there, gets taken down by Flash 1 once again, standing at a 1-0-1 this time.
Let's talk about that Meow Uranus a while ago. Actually, 3 ultimates expended to try to take him down the glorious pathway along with the Lunox ult and of course the Blazing Duet, but they just couldn't seem to take down that Uranus. So credit goes to that Meow Uranus for actually delaying a lot of time from Thailand and actually helping Vietnam rotate easily here as the Circling Eagle will connect on TIT. Paquito will do to finish the job as they will try to take down the tier 1 tower here in the bottom lane. Hasaki still going right after Meow. Meow trying to cut and flex his sustainability against the top lane creep, but Hasaki continuing to go right after Meow. Meow nowhere to go in an uncomfortable space as Hasaki will bring down Meow in the process. Another potential clash here happening in the mid lane as Lunox trying to poke that Lolita. Lolita will be forced to back out. Joe on the other hand trying to focus on that Little Wonder, but Hasaki, good spacing here, good positioning here, will try to zone out Joe in the process as both teams try to engage here in the mid lane. Actually, Izzy is on the middle lane right now. Will they force a clash or will they just wait it out actually and wait for that second turtle to respawn?
Yep, Thailand now looking really good. They got that top side. They also got that broad side. And right now, Order of Brilliance being captured by Flash One onto the backside. Here comes the glorious pathway, but Lois onto the backside with a blazing duet. Still not enough damage, but he does have that DHS as well as Flash One once again goes in for the re-engage. Takes down Broads in the process. It is pandemonium once again here for Thailand. If they know that they can go in, they will definitely do so. And if you take a look at Lois, he has been quietly rotating around the map, already getting the DHS and going for the golden staff as his next item. So we can kind of see how Lois is gonna be able to have that power spike this early of a game. He has been rotating around the map quite well, and at the same time he goes in for the dives, the surprise blazing duets, just like that. Lois once again goes in for the blazing duet but gets popped in by that crab cannon by Joe, and at the same time, the glorious pathway is also there just to take out or just to force the members of Vietnam to retreat. And right now, Thailand going to position themselves here on the turtle pit as Vietnam is forced to recall, forced to reset after every clash that Thailand is forcing out.
I love Flash One's aggression actually early on in the clash in the top lane, using that flicker to finish off that Lolita in the process. Flash One showing and proving his aggression and his skills up against any team that is put in front of him. I love how Flash One is aggressive no matter who you put who you let him play, whether it be that Eudora, whether it be that Lunox, whether it be anyone else. Flash One will earn earn all your respects and show why he's capable of bursting down any enemy you put in front of him. As Lolita will stun Hasaki, Hasaki will be forced to back down. Circling Eagle will connect on that Uranus as Lois rather, will get a clean turtle take for the side of Thailand, as a clash here in the mid lane will try to pursue as both teams try to fight for that purple buff. On the side of Vietnam, Lois trying to get Zanri with a good positioning. Glory Pathway will be casted. Nice stun on TNTK, but the damage coming from Bane actually zoning out the members of Thailand, as Thailand will be forced to back away. Hylos will be forced to back down, and he will be caught in the process, taking him down. What an amazing counter set on the side of Vietnam, as they are not done. Lolita actually trying to survey the scene. Will she continue that recall? No, yes, she will continue that recall. I thought she was going for that Matilda kill. I thought she saw it, but on the other hand, kudos to Vietnam for that wonderful attack. But Poquito trying to go for TNTK. TNTK forced to pop that black shoes, but no, Flash One again with a good position and a good counter attack for the side of Thailand, taking down TNTK. I always love to highlight Flash One because of his unpredictability and of course his good positioning. Thailand can always rely on Flash One to be able to, carry the whole team when it comes to bursting down enemies and of course, taking down and owning clashes up against any team here in the Southeast Asian RAZER Invitational.
Yep, the Flash One is really buying Lois a lot of time here, getting the kills or getting their pick-offs that they want to be able to let Lois actually freely go around the map here. And it's not just actually Flash One, it is also Zanny here, giving a lot of vision here to the side of Thailand. Izzy goes in for the dives. He doesn't have the Malefic Roar just yet, so there is still a lack of damage here from Izzy, but it is quite painful whenever you see him going for the engage either towards T or maybe even towards C and TK. The damage is just there on this Poquito. By the way, on a Festival of Blood emblem as well, so it's going to be a lot of damage coming in from this Poquito, as well as Lois, who already secured in the Golden Staff this early of a game, going for the Brute Force for that additional tankiness. As Thailand right now in the 9-minute mark, they will go for the sword, and with the way Thailand has positioned themselves, it is going to be Thailand that gets this first Lord of the game. Not yet this Luminous Lord, by the way, but once again, so many engages here from Thailand, as you can see the damage output really from Lois on this Claude. So it is just a nick of time or a matter of time that Thailand will actually get in all the towers here from the side of Vietnam. So if Vietnam actually got that Sicilian, it would have been, I feel like it would have been a different story here for Thailand. So it was a good call that they actually banned that out right now.
You also have to give credit to Izzy's Poquito, as he was able to zone out Lilia and actually force Lilia to pop that black shoes, zoning perfectly the Vietnam team, as Claude Lois will take a good and clean, uncontested Lord take for the side of Thailand, as Lois will continue to take on objectives as he bring down the tier 2 tower here in the top lane. Thailand actually controlling now the map, as a potential clash will commence here in the mid lane. Hylos continuing to zone out the members of Vietnam, as they will be forced to back out because the damage output coming from that Lilia and that Clint and that Bane is just too much to handle so far right now. But Lois continuing to take over objectives right now despite the defense of Bane and Matilda. And Black Shoes will be popped. Glory's Pathway will also be popped to be able to help that Lord bring down the tier 3 tower here in the bottom lane, but no towers will fall down on the side of Vietnam. Good defense for Vietnam, good effort on the other hand for Thailand to not only push tier 2 towers in the top lane, in the bot lane, but actually no casualties were expended here on the side of Thailand.
Thailand right now. It's a relatively low kill score here for both Thailand and Vietnam. It just goes to show for a fact that these two teams they have done clean sweeps, and right now, considering how aggressive Thailand has been playing, Vietnam so far is pretty much doing well, not getting unnecessary pickups that they are not really engaging into clashes that they don't really need to be in. But if you take a look at the map, or if you take a look at the all the towers here, it seems to be Thailand's game. They have been controlling the map, and at the same time, they got all the turtles of this game. Which, if you take a look at the items here, most of the time, you see that all the members here of Thailand going for their perhaps their fifth or their sixth item, whereas the members here of Vietnam are still going for their fourth item, or maybe some of them are still building on their third item. So it just goes to say a lot about how Thailand has rotated all over the map and being very objective centered in this game number two. 12-minute mark here, 20 seconds before the Luminous Lord will pop out, and this is where it gets really tricky. Everyone is kind of waiting for that right engage here. As for Thailand, it is going to be Sandry, but for Vietnam, when it comes to the engages, they have to wait for bronze here to be able to set up that one nice Numenon blast to catch the members here of Thailand off guard. And at the same time, you also have the Yao on this Uranus that can just totally jump in every clash. And speaking of Lord, here comes the Lord dance once again. It's not going to be a dance, by the way, but it's definitely going to be a fast Lord take once again that goes to Thailand.
Another uncontested take for that Lord on the side of Thailand. And I like how you mentioned that Vietnam has to wait for bronze for that Luminum Blast, because we haven't really seen a good set or a Luminum Blast connecting for the side of Vietnam despite Thailand's early aggression, forcing a lot of flashes. Bronze just couldn't seem to find a way to cast that Luminum Blast and actually make it connect, because you have this Flood, you have this Lunok, that Glorious Pathway, as well as that Circling Eagle. It's just so hard to catch any single member from the side of Thailand considering their team composition. So I actually don't blame Bronze if he just couldn't seem to, get a good set for the team of Vietnam, because the team composition of Thailand, I love how you mentioned that Thailand is a good team. They really prepare for the drafts. They know how to counter everything. And of course, they're really smart when it comes to drafting phase. So I just couldn't blame Bronze here. Thailand's composition is just too much to handle for him.
Yep, and not to mention the fact that it's great that there's this Lolita. Bronze can actually defend all those projectiles coming in from Thailand, but at the same time, you can only block them. But at the same time, you also need to have that one proper setup conceal play here by Bronze, as Thailand perhaps will go in once again for the dives. Beautiful order of brilliance there by Flash One. Unfortunately enough, they won't be able to take anyone down, but it is enough to take down that second tier tower, as Thailand on the full aggressive side gets stunned here by Joe, as well as the Circling Eagle, and Lois on a killing spree and is able to escape all of that. And they also are almost able to get that inhibitor tower. They are forced to retreat on this one, but they got what they wanted. Vietnam's jungler down for the price of Flash One. Still Thailand controlling this game. And if you take a look at Thailand's gold lead, it's already almost 10k up against Vietnam. So Vietnam right now, they don't have any late game heroes. They don't have the Cecilion. They do have T here on this split. So it's just a matter of time, proper positioning here. And like what Ryui mentioned earlier as well, it is going to be Bronze who will initiate here. But how can Bronze initiate? I kind of don't blame Bronze here. It is difficult to catch the members here of Thailand as well. You have such a mobile composition. The Matilda, the Order of Brilliance from the Lunox, rendering your Numenon Blast totally useless this time. So I feel like it could have been a different roamer. A Matilda would have been really good with their composition, but it seems to be like Vietnam really prioritizes this Uranus pick, which seems to it seems to be working when it comes to the zoning, but at the same time, when it comes to the overall composition, I feel like Vietnam should have gone for that Matilda instead.
Despite Uranus doing a good job in terms of zoning, as you can see, Flash One and Asaki, they always expend their flicker to catch, the mid laner or the jungler of Vietnam. So it renders Uranus zoning capabilities useless. As you can see, another one trying to go for Meow. Asaki expending that stun on Meow, as the forces of Vietnam will be forced to back out. But we see Paquito here in the back lane. Will he try to infiltrate maybe Clint or TNT case? Lilia. He's actually still waiting as Lolita will try to zone out Lois along with Zanri. Another potential clash will pursue here in the blue buff as both teams still going at it.
Yeah,
Despite the
they're
Lord
going
being
at
there,
it.
Paquito. Yeah, Paquito's still waiting for the potential retreat of
Yeah.
Vietnam, actually being patient despite his team here focusing their attack now on the objective, on the Lord, but will be forced to back out as he has to clear that minion wave here in the top lane. Still no fight commences. Both teams being patient, both teams maximizing the resources, both teams making sure that their lanes are clear from a potential segue push. So good discipline on both sides of the team as Matilda will try to infiltrate maybe one or two members from Vietnam, but you do have to note that Thailand's team is scattered. The Blazing Duet will pursue, but that stun coming from Lolita will force that Claude back out. Paquito going for a two-man knock-up, and the circling Eagle will connect on that Bane. Bane flash one will burn that Bane down as the forces of Thailand will try to catch TNTK. I have no idea if TNTK has popped the Black Shoes, but no, indeed, the Black Shoes has been expended and they were still able to burst down TNTK. I believe the Lord is still here up for grabs, but Thailand still pushing the lanes as the Glory Pathway will be casted. Paquito going right after that.
Oh my
Uranus
goodness.
as well as
This is
Thailand. Lolita nowhere to go as Thailand will focus on the attack on the base as they try to go for this GG push. GG push will commence indeed, but Aluminum Blast will connect, but not enough time to actually delay the GG push. Good effort on the side of Vietnam, but that GG push from Thailand was more than enough to take down Vietnam despite a 2-0 start here early on in day 4. Credits to Thailand for another amazing drafting, another amazing positioning on the side of Flash One as well as Hasaki. And I love the initiations coming from Zanri. And I love how Izzy knows his role. He knows that his team will be able to burst down a lot of players from Vietnam. So what he did instead was to actually wait for Vietnam to retreat. So he's basically a cleanup crew securing those kills, although the clash didn't pursue. A lot of good knockups coming from Izzy, a lot of good circling eagles coming from Zanri. Glorious Pathway was expended to push that tier 1 at tier 3 tower in the mid lane, and just amazing. This Claude's Blazing Duet always seems to catch Vietnam's TIT Clint off guard. Good play on the side of Thailand.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering why Izzy was stalling too much there. In fact, it was actually Izzy trying to get the proper positioning. And with that one last clash, Thailand didn't need any more lords. They could just go for it. Isolated clash is the key here for Thailand. They seem to know who to target, and at the same time, they have been very wise when it comes to the draft. So with that being said, they have been solidifying their foothold here in the Invitational, and will they continue to do so? They still have one more game, by the way, up against Vietnam, who had just suffered their very first loss today. But of course, you know, for Vietnamese fans, it's still not over. You still have one more game to go up against Thailand, but this time hopefully it will be in your favor. But right now we have to give it to Thailand. Hands down to you guys. You guys seized the win for this very first game. But let's pass the mic back on to our host once again, Miss Aya. What are your thoughts about Thailand and Vietnam?
Wow, guys. Thailand taking down Vietnam, who, by the way, took out the daunting Singapore. And not to mention an 11-4 score at the end of the match, or at the end of the game for you against Vietnam. And for me, in a way, it's Thailand putting their foot at the door at this moment and shaking things up, as Thailand is now becoming a threat to other regions. But will they continue to become that threat in our game 2 for the final series? We'll find out, of course. But I just want to commend our shoutcasters, especially BK and Inga Nation, who's doing so well for the past 4 days here in the RAZER Invitational. That's just bringing life to our tournaments, and we have, I think, eight more days to go before we wrap things up. So you're gonna see our faces more often than not. And for moments like that, especially the hype, everything that is happening, the clashes, the skills, the destruction of towers, sound is key to immersing yourself in the game. So light up your immersion with the Razer Hammerhead True Wireless. With 16.8 million colors by the Razer Chroma RGB, active noise cancellation, and its low latency gaming mode, which is always in sync with your game, you can always immerse yourself to the best esports experience, be it watching tournaments at the comfort of your home or you're the ones playing the game. And speaking of the Razer Hammerhead, we are actually, I think, giving one away. Let me get my cheat code again, guys. So on the 27th, we are actually announcing again another, all of the winners for our giveaway. So we had one which we gave out as a prize, the Hammerhead True Wireless Pro from Razer. That is Alex Berlotas. I hope you're hearing this right now. But don't worry, guys, because we have a lot more giveaways in store for you, which is the Razer Phone Cooler Chroma. 2 is the Razer Kishi controller, and 3, we're gonna give you a bundle of putting those peripherals in one bundle. Plus, we're throwing in the Hammerhead True Wireless Pro again from Razer by gamers and for gamers. All you have to do is comment in Team Razer Facebook page. Who do you think will win or come out as the victors or grand champions of the Razer C Invitational 2022? Let's find out again if Thailand will keep the ball rolling until game 2, or will we see a comeback from their opposing team, which is Vietnam. Let's see who will rise from the ashes. But for the meantime, let's have a short break and see you back again in a jiffy.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Good evening, guys, and welcome back to the RAZER Invitational 2022. It's already 7:49 p.m. here in the Philippines, and we are down to the final series, Game 2 of Day 4 of the RAZER Invitational. Things are getting really juicy here as Thailand joins the Philippines, being undefeated with a 3-0 and Philippines with a 4-0. Will Thailand also get that today in match 3, game number 2? So let's actually get into the game now, because we don't want to bring you at the edge of your seats for too long. Our casters Burger Kim and Ian Nation are definitely ready to unveil more of the final game, so let's get right to it.
And we're back! Dengan Nation and Burger Kim. Yeah, you gotta add the nation to Ingen's name, because after all, this is a battle between, like, not nations after all, right?
Yeah.
Southeast Asian regions, and you can kind of see how unpredictable this entire group stage has been, this entire group B. I mean, a lot of people
Your
have been
team
commenting
is
that,
dead.
but I love unpredictability. You don't know what's gonna come at you next, and that's really, for me, the beauty of MOBA games. Like, you don't know what your opponent's gonna bring out, right? I mean, these two teams have been rocking something new. Early on, we've seen the Basha and Tabus, and right now for Thailand
Your
and
team
Vietnam,
is
they
banned.
have been bringing something new out, the Bane as well as the Claude for the very first time. So right now, Vietnam, of course, on the reactive side, taking out the Matilda as well. They have been using this Matilda in their composition, but they choose to take it away, even though they do have the first pick. Thailand, under the hands of Sanri, He had a spectacular performance with this Matilda, guiding his teammates to
Your
victory in
team
the
is
last game. But
banning.
let's see how this will pan out in the second game with how things are going right now with the bans. Again, I feel like Vietnam wants to force Thailand to bring something new once again. I mean, earlier on we've seen a Lancelot being banned out, the usual bans, right? But this time we see something new, and with the way this is going, I really feel like they want Thailand. Okay, bring out whatever you want to bring
Your
out. So
team
yeah,
is banning.
it's kind of a statement right now. The Lilia as well as the Matilda, which means there's a lot of heroes open here. Once again, the Lancelot. Okay, the Lancelot, maybe even the Selena. We can see it being brought out once again here in this very second game or the last game actually for today.
Your
But it's still
team
going
is
to be the
banning.
Sicilian for Thailand. No Sicilian for TNTK this round.
Yeah, and I do agree with unpredictability, as even though
Your
Paquito and
team
Hylas
is
have been
banning.
used up quite a lot in the series, it was actually the first time Paquito was used as an XP laner along with Hylas as the roamer for that flood to be the jungler. So a lot of unpredictability coming from the side of Thailand. Although their bans are predictable, their team composition and playstyle is just so unpredictable that how can you prepare for that actually? Like, although
Yeah.
Vietnam came from a commanding 2-0 sweep against Singapore, like, how can you prepare against the onslaught and the powerhouse and the dominance of Thailand?
Mhm. And with how this is going for Vietnam, it seems like yes, they do have the advantage here of getting the first pick. So now this is kind of baiting Thailand to just take out
Storms
the
remain.
land. Okay, the
Your
Lancelot. I
team
was
is
thinking they
picking.
go for the Selena, but with this being said, this is the Selena once again open here for
Your
Vietnam as
team
well as
is
the
picking.
glue. So a lot of heroes opened up here for Vietnam to take. It's kind of them playing mind games here with Vietnam. Okay, you take this out, you take we want to take this out, which means there's the glue. There's also the Selena, by the way, which is open here up for the grabs for both Vietnam and Thailand. So it just really depends here. There's no more Paquito. There's no more Matilda to start it out. So they're like, you know what? Let's scratch all of that. Let's
When you
bring
gaze
out
into the
something new.
abyss,
Let's bring out
the
these big
abyss
guns already,
is
since this is gonna be the very last game. The glue and the Selena, highly contested picks here. So with that being said, Selena will definitely go to the +4 or +5 position. As Thailand, they can go for their. They seem to prioritize their side laners as well, so they can go for. Oh,
What's your command?
Ingen!
Your
We
team
are
is picking.
seeing so many unpredictable picks here, and I kind of knew it. Like Vietnam banned all these heroes out, kind of brought something new. Thailand bringing out the fatty, but of course, Vietnam also has the answer to the fatty. It's going to be the Kufra to handle that
Kufra!
friend. Yeah, it's always the answer if you have a fanny. So great answers for both of these teams. Promising picks, but let's see how this will pan out for the last game. I'm super excited again. I mean, it has been quite the same for the previous games this entire day, but this time so many new heroes being brought
A
out. I'm
lot
not
of
surprised.
new heroes indeed. Now I understand why these heroes are up for a grab, since Vietnam banning that Paquito and that Matilda respect ban
Your
for the
team
side of
is
Vietnam
picking.
towards Thailand. And of course, Thailand understands the deadliness and the skills when the Sicilian falls into the hands of Vietnam, as seen with their last series up against Singapore. The sustain, the power skill, and the late game capabilities of the Sicilian in the hands of Vietnam. You just couldn't afford to give Vietnam their Sicilian along with the Matilda and Paquito for Thailand. So I'm excited. Fanny, Selena, Glue, the most banned heroes are now being picked for two of the powerhouses here in the competition between Vietnam and Thailand. BK, what a way to end the day with
Yeah,
an
I was
amazing team
gonna say.
Your
competition.
team is banning.
Wow, oh my goodness, a lot of highly contested picks already in this game. You can kind of see how they want to end this with a bang.
You should be ashamed for not
Today,
trusting. Your team is
taking a look
banning.
at how Thailand is also banning out the Udora. Yes, how to control the Fanny. What better way to control the Fanny with crowd control skills? There's already enough crowd control here for Vietnam to glue the Poplin Kufa stunts, as well as, of course, the Kufra, a given to go up against a Fanny. So let's see how Thailand will pull off this Fanny pick, especially since the Fanny is heavily reliant
Your team
on
is banning.
the blue buff. So I feel like there's gonna be a potential invade here on the early stages of the game, definitely.
Yeah.
And final bans here, the Clint, which seems to be a favorite pick as well for Thailand. Brody is still open, Beatrix is still open, but with the way things are going, I feel like this is going to be a fast game. It can be a fast game here for Thailand, considering how fast they snowballed in game number one. It could be the same thing here.
Your
Hayabusa
team is
also
banning.
taken out here for Thailand. And the last bat for Vietnam
Your
is
team
going to
is
solidify it with the Yisun. Okay, that's kind of surprising because it's already a given fact that it's going to be the Fanny who's going to be the jungler here. So, the next viable option here for Thailand, they can go for the Beatrix. They can also go for the Brody here to go up against the Popol and Koopa in the gold lane. Or will it be something else, maybe along the lines of a Lunox? Once again, I mean, there's that immunity when she casts her ultimate, so I'm not so sure what
Even
they want to
Edith
go
is
for
still
here.
up for grabs.
Yeah, Edith will be good, a lot of setups, but at the same time, I mean, you have to you have to dish
Your
out
team
damage
is
as well. I
picking.
mean, you already have tanky heroes here for the side of Vietnam, and I completely agree with this Beatrix pick. The next best hero that can go up against the Popple and Koopa, the pokes will be there when it comes to the gold lane. But Vietnam also going for the sustain jungler. I guess, I mean, if you're going up against an assassin, I kind of see this trend that you can go for the Roger. It has the fast rotations. It can also snowball pretty hard. But the Eve, okay, the Eve, I'm not so sure how this will play out. I feel like a Kagura would be
Your
great
team
when
is
it comes to the
picking,
mobility to go up against this Fanny, especially since you need the proper positioning, the proper timing to cast in that ultimate for this Eve. So I'm not so sure how this will pan out. But let's see. I mean, they have tanky frontliners here for Vietnam. So now Thailand has to solidify it with perhaps a roamer. Okay, a roamer to deal with the heroes here of Vietnam. Maybe the Lolita would be good this time, but they will add up a Farsa to go head to head with this Eve. So, wow! Fireworks, artillery for artillery, and at the same time, you have the aggression from the Selena as well as the Popple and Koopa. And not to mention, we are seeing so many heroes that haven't been open for the previous day, and finally for the fourth day, for the very last game, we see them all open. I love how the Fanny also has this new skin of Fanny, the Aspirant skin, which by the way I think is still available right now in Mobile Legends. But so many things to take in right now, Ingat. So many things and so many things to consider right now in this game number 2.
I know based on the team compositions, you are indeed expecting a fast clash, but based on the current lineups with heroes we haven't seen before, I actually want this game to go for as long as 30 to 45 minutes. I want to see a lot of beautiful clashes, especially since my favorite hero is indeed a part of the
Yeah.
lineup for Vietnam. So, but I actually agree with you with the Eve pick. I don't know if it's the best pick since since the core is Fanny and there's also a Selena for the side of Thailand. So pretty interesting pick for Vietnam to still go with that Eve despite the current composition.
Koopa. So the vision to counter with vision, but here comes Sasaki and Zadri. This is quite a different rotation that we are seeing right now, especially since you have these types of compositions that can have early game pickoffs. So take a look at the position as well of bronze going to the red buff here to the side of Thailand. Lois is already secured in that blue buff and goes in for the dives, goes in for the engages. But unfortunately enough, there's not going to be any pickoff. Flash one forced to retreat, chunk down real low, and it's going to be TNTK that gets the first blood in this case. And now Thailand on the full retreat as Loy still hasn't reached that level 4 power spike. A great start for Vietnam this time around because it seems to be Thailand is getting all the first blood so far in their games today.
Vietnam with a beautiful, beautiful first blood kill on that Farsa, that Flash one. And we have to give credit to Vietnam because we know for a fact that Flash one is indeed one of the best mid laners here, as Hylos will go, as Kufra will go down in the hands of that Hylos. Good abyssal arrow on the part of Zanri, but now Joe is in a bad position as he will indeed escape. But I have to get back on my point that Flash One actually one of the best mid laners here in the competition. We would always admire him for his good positioning as a Tyrant's Rage. A Tyrant's Revenge will go on Lois. Lois nowhere to go but suddenly escapes. Split on Zanri. Zanri will fall in the hands of TNTK as the turtle will respawn. Will Fanny be able to make it in time for another potential turtle pit clash here between Vietnam and Thailand as Kufra continues to zone out this Hasaki Hylos? 3 tanks in the bot lane trying to poke each other as Vietnam gets a good position here on the side of the turtle. But look at this Flash One trying to burst out that couple and Koopa. Hasaki still going right after for the zone as Hasaki will be caught by that blue. Will punish that Hylos with that E. Vietnam on a 3-1 good start. Abyssal Arrow will not connect on any heroes of Vietnam despite the early aggression, the early team composition of Thailand. Vietnam manages to find a way to dictate the pace, to dictate the rotation, to dictate the aggression against the powerhouse that Thailand has shown us they are capable of. Lois will try to go for TIP as Zanri tried to burst down that Popol and Koopa. Then again, Vietnam will re-engage with that. Kufra leading the charge actually. Tyrant's Rage, will it connect? It won't connect as Lois will be able to escape. Joe continuing to clear out the top lane as both teams will try to disengage and focus instead on the resources.
Yeah, it is going to be very fast. Can you see how many traps are being laid out here by TIT as well as Zanri? The abyssal traps as well as traps from the Bubble Koopa. But here comes TIT, gets down real low and gets taken down finally by Izzy here on the top side. Still winning this trade-off in the gold lane. Whereas on the bot side though, Meow on a dangerous situation as Hasaki and Zanri have been cutting all the minion waves here, making it difficult for Meow to actually rotate to the other lanes. So if you take a look at the what both Thailand and Vietnam are doing, they are getting trying to gank all the damage dealers here from both sides. As once again, speaking of damage dealers, forced to burn that flicker as Zanri is also here for the backup. And now Thailand on the full retreat right now. 3-2 is our score. I wouldn't say anyone is still leading, but when it comes to the lead on the gold lane, it is going to go to Thailand. Considering how fast Zanri, or rather Izzy, has been poking on the gold plating here on the bot side. I mean, considering that you're going up against a Pop and Koopa, you're doing fairly well there on the gold lane.
An uncontested Lord take for the side of Vietnam as Lois tries to engage, but the bouncing ball will stop Lois from coming. Tyrant's Rage will not connect. Popped up the glorious pathway to escape. Both teams trying to disengage as Flash One will connect that feathered airstrike. Both teams disengages. I'm actually scared that Lois was about to be taken down by that Kufra. Good anticipation on the side of Kufra with that bouncing ball trying to stop Lois from escaping using those steel cables, and then with that Tyrant's Revenge and tried to use that Tyrant's Rage on Lois, but luckily Lois was able to escape. But on the other hand, Vietnam was actually able to take down the turtle. No casualties for both teams, but the clash was won by Vietnam since they got the turtle, the second turtle for the side of Vietnam.
Yep. You know what I want to say about this game? It's kind of like going to a party with all the cool people being invited. I feel like that's how it's going right now. I mean, all the cool people are here, right? I mean, most of the time they're not getting those invites to the party. They're being denied, right? And right now, it's just Vietnam and Thailand just going crazy with this thing. Yeah, all the cool people are out. Let's show everyone what we got, since it is really time to rock and roll. Lois getting a solo kill, getting stunned here. Bronze is forced to burn out that flicker as Zanri goes in for the abyssal arrows, the abyssal traps. And now with Bronze going back to their own tower as the abyssal arrow once again will connect here to Bronze, stunning him once again. But with the way things are going, all the cool people are out, but the kill score is relatively low, surprisingly.
Tyrant's Rage will connect on that Hylas. Hylas will go down in the hands of Roger as Roger will try to steal this purple buff. Lois nowhere to go as that split will try to zone them out. Lois still trying to go for that kill. Cutthroat on Tornado Strike on that Roger. Lois not yet done trying to go for that Kufra as well as that Eve. Vietnam not in a good position, but the Tyrant's Rage will connect as Lois will go down in the hands of Eve. Via Strike shutting down that Eve, but on the other hand, Zanri still trying to burst down Bronze, but Bronze will successfully be able to disengage as both teams have a lot of members down as the turtle respawns and is up for the grabs. I was actually laughing at Bronze. So, because for the past 2 minutes, Bronze got stunned for 3 consecutive times, but somehow manages to stay alive and not go home and actually generate a beautiful Tyrant's Rage and Tyrant's Revenge on that Thailand, bringing down Lois in the process. Such an amazing initiation on the side of Bronze as another turtle clash will commence. Meow continuing to burst down and zone out that Hasaki, but I think Thailand will no longer contest since their jungler Fanny is indeed in the top lane. The Missile Arrow will connect, but no, Thailand will no longer engage in this uncontested turtle take. But on the other hand, Fanny will try to bring down the tier 2 tower in the top lane, but Eve, real world manipulation will bring down Zanri. Hasaki forced to back down as Vietnam continues their onslaught here in the bottom lane, trying to cut down creeps to be able to burst down this tier 1 tower in the top lane and the bottom lane, as well as Blue finishing the job against Izzy, but Popol and Koopa nowhere to go. Glorious Pathway will be popped up as well as that Tornado Strike and Cutthroat to finish the job against V's TIT.
Yeah, it's crazy. You know what? When all the cool people are invited to the party, you know it's gonna be crazy here. It's going to be pandemonium. It's going to be a blast, and it's going to be a treat to watch. And so far, that's what's been happening here. I mean, engages after engages. This is what you get when you get your comfort picks, or in this case, I would say the highly contested picks have been open here. But you know what? Thailand has been doing so well right now. They got the tower. There's split pushes coming in from Lois, but speaking of Lois, he doesn't have the purple buff here. Has been controlled very well by Meow as well as Bronze. The Tyrant's Rage have been so on point to control Lois from wrecking havoc up against Vietnam. And at the same time, I do have to commend T and TK on this Eve. I was actually wondering how he will be able to position himself. But you know what? Looking back at the draft, the 2 tanky heroes here of Vietnam is kind of paying off right now. Just to tank in all the damage, just to zone out the members of Thailand for T and TK to actually have that proper positioning as the Eve. And speaking of Thailand, gets another tower here on the bot side. Not so much onto the kills right now. It seems to be like Vietnam and Thailand, they want to end this fast, but they have to do so by ending it by taking in towers. Here comes the real manipulation. Hasaki gets shrunk down real low as the feathered airstrike onto the backlines as well. And speaking of our junglers here, it is Joe getting a solo kill onto Lois. And with that being said, you know, Fanny is heavily reliant on the blue buff. So with that being denied towards Lois, it is going to be a free lord once again here for Vietnam, again uncontested.
Look at Beatrix here in the bush, right? Trying to be able to steal that lord, but will disengage since 5 members of Vietnam indeed in the lord pit. I have to commend T and TK for another amazing real-world manipulation going up against that feathered airstrike from Flash 1. A lot of ults being casted here to zone out each team from getting a good position, but we do have to mention that Vietnam will indeed get that blue buff from Fanny along with the level 1 Lord to help them push out the lanes.
10 minutes and it's already this crazy. But you know, Vietnam is looking really good right now. They have all the heroes to counter out Lois's Fanny. I feel like it was a little bit too early also, just like how yesterday we've seen a link being revealed too early. So with that being said, yes, you get the highly contested Fanny, but at the same time, your opponents can really counter you out. Here comes Bronze going in with the bouncing ball, as well as the glorious trap here by Hasaki, once again getting stunned. And in the midst of it all, Lois goes in for the cutthroat and takes down Bronze in the process, but the Lord is now melted down as Thailand will look forward or will look to actually take in more towers here. They're doing so well right now, taking in 5 towers of Thailand. And with Thailand's composition, it is going to be really deadly for them to actually get that power spike when it comes to the late game. So we are going right now into the mid to late game. And if you take a look at the composition of both teams, I would say it's an even ball game with the mid laners Splash One as well as T and TK. But when it comes to the scaling, I do have to give it to TIT here on this Papa and Koopa that can further push forward, and not to mention the crowd control skills here of Vietnam has been controlling both Zanri as well as Lois, so they can't really go in for the dives that they want. As well as the items here, Lois already going for the Malefic Roar as well as the Anti-Cuirass just to counter out the damage coming in from Vietnam. But at the same time, it is not going to be easy to pop in those cables just yet. I mean, there's a lot of stuns, there's a lot of CC here for Vietnam, so it's not going to be easy also for Thailand to actually get in the pickoffs that they want.
Missile arrow will hit on Bronze, as well as the feathered airstrike will be casted. Cutthroat did not finish the job against Bronze, but now we see Roger going right after Fanny. Fanny forced to back away as the real world manipulation will take down the high loss despite that glorious pathway being casted to be able to escape. But no, real world manipulation says no, I'm gonna catch you, Vietnam. We are Vietnam, we will strike back. A missile arrow will hit on that pop on Cuba, as well as the still comes from Beatrix. Got steel cable, still tornado strike. Right after Cupra tried to go for the Tyrant's Race down to Roger counterattack. Joe going for that Beatrix. Will it hit? Predator airstrike will be used to zone out the remaining members of Vietnam as both teams disengage. I love what Bronze did there. That Tyrant's Race catching that Fanny off guard, especially since members from Vietnam were actually on the lower end of their health. But good thing Bronze was able to catch that Tyrant's Rage along with Tyrant's Revenge, along with that bouncing ball to stop Fanny from actually dealing more damage and killing the rest of the squad in Vietnam.
Yep, even though the visions here of Zanri, a lot of the abyssal traps have been laid out here, it seems to be that Vietnam has this under the bag. They have all the counter heroes to deal with Lois, and at the same time, they can't really do the split pushes considering how fast Vietnam has been rotating around the map. It has been working so well for them right now. And if you take a look at the gold lead as well, it is Vietnam leading this one with an almost 10k gold lead once again up against Thailand. This is not the Thailand that you're used to seeing, but I feel like if you get those highly contested picks, you kind of have to think as well on how to counter it, right? And so far, it's Vietnam. They have drafted very well, and it has been working out so well for them. There's a lot of stuns here, a lot of slows as well. I mentioned this earlier, so it is really difficult for heroes like the Selena as well as the Fanny to do in those dives that they are meant to do in this game.
I do agree that Fanny, as you mentioned a while ago, was actually picked first pick for the side of Thailand, which made Vietnam be able to counter it with that Kufra, along with that Popol and Kupa, as well as the Eve. But oh my gosh, counter set after counter set after counter set. Vietnam was actually on the retreat when Lois was springing, using the steel cables to actually charge, but that Tyrant's Rage by Kufra, along with that bouncing ball, sustaining and containing that Fanny for that Roger kill. Amazing plays for both sides of the team. What a beautiful match. I actually had to remove my coat because this is such a heated match, BK.
It's
A lot of unexpected heroes, a lot of banned heroes actually being played out. And it turns out this Fanny, although quite banned a lot, is actually underperforming because of the counter picks made by Vietnam.
Yeah, but someone mentioned it in the comment section as well. There's a lot of, I guess, outplays that they made up against Lois. I mean, he did have a great start, getting like I think he was standing at a 201, and right after that, it was just a lot of stunts, not just from TNTK, but also from TIT on the Popol and Koopa, and not to mention to top it all off, you also have the Glue Split as well as the Tyrant's Rage from Bronze, which has been so far on point for both of these teams. So I feel like they got Fanny controlled. Right now, their biggest problem is I feel like it's going to be the Beatrix as well as the Farsa here, just to zone them out from every clash. So I feel like Lois should perhaps focus more on the objective takes here. That's what Thailand is lacking. They have been engaging well so far in every clash, but at the same time, they should just focus more on the objectives this time. I feel like that's really the case here for Thailand. But you know, with the way things are going for Vietnam, it could be a landslide for them.
Yeah, I do agree that they really have to rely on the split push, on the objectives, but as you mentioned a while ago, it's hard to split push coming up against this Popol and Koopa who pretty much scaled up pretty quickly. Despite standing at 144, Popol and Koopa's power scale can also be already felt here by the side of Vietnam as Abyssal Arrow won't connect in any of them. Oh my gosh, Fanny will get caught by the remaining members of Vietnam. Tyrant's Rage on that Farsa. Real world manipulation will finish that Farsa off as Popol and Koopa will still try to go for that high loss but decides to back away. Split will do the job in zoning the rest of the members of Thailand as minion wave after minion wave continues to march in the base of Thailand as Vietnam focuses instead on the objectives, bringing down tier 3 towers in the process, now focusing their attack on the top lane as they try to bring down the tier 3 tower, but Abyssal Arrow will connect on Eve. Not so much follow-up considering that they don't have Lois, they don't have Flash, when another Abyssal Arrow will connect. Glorious Pathway will be casted, but tier 3 tower in the top lane will go down. Vietnam's attack is just too much to handle, but right now Thailand trying to clear out the minion wave. Will they counter it? Will they re-engage, especially since 80 seconds left till the Luminous Lord will respond? Another amazing clash, another amazing strategy on the side of Vietnam to take tier 3 towers one by one, starting from the bot lanes, then going with the mid lane, then finishing it off with the top lane, despite the good zoning capabilities of the Feathered Airstrike coming from this Farsa, along with the skills casted by Beatrix, and of course the Glorious Pathway used by Hasaki. Good plays on the side of Vietnam, but will we see another counterattack, another counterplay, and another epic comeback on the side of Thailand? Back to you, BK. This game is just too much to handle.
Yeah, you know what? Speaking of comeback, I'm not so sure how it will go so well for Thailand. Not unless they get like a pick off onto TNTK or TIT in this case. Those are the main damage dealers here of Vietnam. But how can you actually reach TNTK and TIT here when you have two bodyguards roaming around you, right? If there's a party, there also has to be bodyguards here, and the bodyguards from the side of
Your
Vietnam are
analogy
bronze.
keeps adding up, BK.
And yeah, right? I mean,
analogy from
right?
two kids
It makes
partying to
sense.
having bodyguards. It makes sense.
It does. It really does. You have two bodyguards here, and at the same time, you have like crazy or like the super cool party goers here, which is actually Joe, TIT, and TNT. I'm not saying that Bronze and Meow is not cool. I'm just saying they are doing their jobs very well as Vietnam right now, going for this Lord. Hasaki goes in for the Glorious Pathway, tries to stun Joe here, but they still get the Lord in this process, and now it's going to be Thailand punished one by one here as they take the Lord. They also take down two members here from the side of Thailand. And now, if you take a look at the composition of Thailand, yes, they have Selena, and yes, they have the Fanny. But right now, the composition of Vietnam is just rendering these two heroes useless right now. I mean, in the late game, there's not so much that Lois can do right here. Doesn't even have the purple buff, and right now getting chased down here by Joe, has the cables here, but I feel like it's just a matter of time that Lois will go down under the hands of Joe, and in the midst of it all, there is still that Lord that Thailand has to deal with. The three members still down, and it's going to be, once again, I feel like it's going to be a wipeout here for the side of Thailand, but here comes the Glorious Pathway. unfortunately not enough to stop the havoc of Vietnam as they take this game. And like what
Victory!
I predicted earlier, it is going to be a 1-1 between these two teams. If you take a look at the post-game results, it was a lot of highly contested picks from both Thailand and Vietnam, but it is going to be still Vietnam seizing this game with a glorious, glorious victory this time. And our MVP is none other than TNTK, standing at a 716. And I was actually wondering how TNTK was actually sustaining all the damage coming in from Thailand. It's because TNTK has the Athena Shield and the Antikyra. So it's a mix of damage build at the same time sustain. Quite smart for TNTK with this Eve. Beautiful, beautiful performance from Vietnam and Thailand, equalizing or taking this last series with a 1-1. These two teams have been winning so far with a 2-0, but this time they have found their match. It is Thailand and Vietnam with this one. Wow. That's all I can say.
Name
All
of
the
the
highly
game,
contested picks.
unpredictability, unexpected. The powerhouse of the Group B stage has fallen down by the hands of Vietnam. Vietnam, what a convincing, decisive win against the powerhouse Thailand. Amazing, amazing games. Despite having that Fanny actually was detrimental to their loss since it was selected early on, as you mentioned. Vietnam, known for their counter picks, known for their good drafting, was able to pick a lot of heroes to counter out that Fanny, deeming Fanny basically useless, or that ineffective
yeah.
rather. Yeah, so it was a good starting off the drafting phase. You called it, Vietnam with a good counter picks, good counter drafts to finish off and secure a game one, preventing the powerhouse Thailand from another potential sweep. Now, as we conclude the amazing day four of the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia, my mind's blown. I bet BK's mind's blown. But we have to know about the thoughts of Miss Aya as Maria, our lovely host. So now, Miss Aya, please fill us in with your thoughts.
Back to you, Aya.
Thank you, VK and Ian, for that. Things are getting more fired up in here with the unpredictable lineup that we've witnessed today in the last game. We know that the gloves are off and no holding back between Vietnam and Thailand. So I have to agree with VK here that they definitely want to end day four with a bang here in our Razer C Invitational 2022. No holds barred. And looks like the change of that lineup really shook things up in the last game. Unfortunately, Thailand no longer holds the title of undefeated as they are outplayed by Vietnam's counter picks, and everything just snowballed from there. Towers taken down from every side at the 14th mark, and finally takes the win for game number 2 for the final series. Literally, Vietnam punished Thailand for this one, and it's now a 1-1 between the Titans. And things will become more interesting for the rest of the series with more powerhouses clashing and coming in. But for the meantime, for those of you who just came in, here's a brief summary of day 4. For the first series, we've got Singapore versus Vietnam. Vietnam with a clean sweep. And for the second series, Indonesia versus Singapore. Singapore taking a 2-0 against Indonesia. And for match 3, of course, you witnessed that clash of titans. It's a 1-1 between them, which will have a tiebreaker for certain regions that happened this week. So, actually, can I ask the casters, BK and Ingen to join us so you can at least elaborate how things came to be in day number 4.
Thank you, Miss Aya as Maria, for a quick summary of what happened here in the day 4. Just to further, extend my thoughts about this day. What an amazing turn of events for Vietnam. Actually, starting out strong with a 2-0 sweep up against the Singapore squad with that Sicilian late pick game, actually, BK predicted this, that it will go in the, actually it didn't go in the late game, but the power spike coming from that Sicilian securing the victory for the side of Vietnam as they take Singapore to a 2-0 clean sweep. But Singapore fans, you know this, you know what happened a while ago. You still had your hopes up. You still had your confidence as Singapore with a dominating clean sweep up against Indonesia 2-0 for the second match of for the second series of the day. But it all came down to the Titans falling, the Thailand squad, the powerhouse, proving that they are vulnerable to anyone who comes prepared, especially with Vietnam's counter picks and dedication to their craft. Vietnam taking down the powerhouse Thailand in a best of 2 series, splitting the series down to 1-1. BK, your thoughts?
Yeah, aside from those cool matches that we've witnessed today, I do have to point out new heroes that we've seen once again today. I did mention this, that I'm a fan of surprise pick. I'm a fan of uncontemporary picks from teams, and we've seen today for the very first time the Basha and the Thanos being put into play under the hands of Singapore, and as well as our very last game, which rendered both me and Ingan speechless. A lot of the cool people that I mentioned came into the party. We've seen the Fanny, the Glue, as well as the Selena for the very first time. It has been banned all throughout the Invitational, but for day number 4, I feel like Thailand and Vietnam wanted to spice things up, wanted to spice up your weekend by bringing these heroes into play. But unfortunately for our Fanny and Selena, they didn't do so well. But for our Glue, great start, great way to end the day for the members of Vietnam, actually closing the series with a 1-1. So with that being said, guys, Aya and Ingen, it has been such a treat to watch these games from all of the regions, and I feel like you guys are hungry for more. So you'll be seeing more of the action here in the Invitational actually next week. Am I right?
Yeah, that is correct. Actually, we've been doing a Mobile Legends division or edition for the past 4 days, but I think tomorrow will be different for us. Can you guys enlighten us what people can expect for day 5, 6, and 7? Sorry, is that right? Yeah, day 5, 6, and 7. I think we'll be having PUBG Mobile.
Right, PUBG, yeah.
Yes, okay. So I think you'll be seeing different casters for tomorrow as Ingan and BK will take a very short break, guys. Don't miss them too much because they'll be back definitely. And thank you so much for elaborating to us what went down on day number 4. So that concludes everything for the RAZER C Invitational for the 4th day. I hope you guys had a blast. Don't forget to join in our giveaways. Just go to Team RAZER Facebook page and guess or comment which team you think will come out as the grand champions for the RAZER C Invitational 2022. And with that said, I'm your host. My name's Aya Esveria, together with Ingen and BK. Thank you so much for bringing life to the tournaments tonight. But I can't say that. I will see you tomorrow.
It's okay. It's okay. But it's totally fine. I feel like it comes with being Filipino, right? I mean, it's totally fine. Being proud to be Pinoy, actually. Represent.
The true Filipino accent just coming out right there. The authenticity. And looks like, do you want to promote
At
something?
least we're real.
Yes, keeping it real. Well, do you want to promote something, Ingen? Yes?
Yes, of course. As you can see, Miss Aya Esmeria as well as BK rocking the Black Shark V2 Pro. If you guys are wondering why are we able to withstand a 6 to 8 hour long tournament with our feelings, our physical capabilities still intact right now, no pain whatsoever, it's because of the Black Shark V2 Pro. These headphones, if you notice, I do this. It's not because it hurts, but it's because I need to hear myself because I'm a very loud person and I really have a hard time multitasking. But apart from that, as you mentioned, Aya Esmeria a while ago, you forgot to remove this because it was actually light. It actually comfortable. I actually forgot also to remove this when I went down to wash my face, so I accidentally, spilled water on my headphones. But the durability of these headphones exactly is just too much to handle water, so it's working perfectly fine. That's why, guys, if you want to up your game, make sure to get the Razer Black Shark V2 Pro wireless. Yes.
That's actually the smoothest segue I've ever encountered. Hats off to you, Ina. And that is all for tonight. Special thanks to Razer and Tier 1 Entertainment for making this tournament possible. See you tomorrow again, 3 p.m. for PUBG Mobile Series. Same time, same place. Aya is Maria, Ingan, and VK signing out. Good night.
See you next week. Good night.
See you next week. See you tomorrow.